It's been a tough day. Before I get started on Old World, because I'm very excited about this game and I feel that it should get an introduction, a proper introduction, and a little recap of where we were, I wanted to very quickly address something that happened last stream. So last stream didn't end particularly well, and I do, in some small part, owe an apology to one of the viewers. It's going to be a hard one to explain, but I'll try and give a little context without drawing away too much from the stream. So in the previous stream, I think I had characterized one of the viewers as sort of asking a question in terms of provoking the rest of the discussion. And the problem with this one is that there wasn't a question asked, and I can sort of understand why they were saying that I was twisting their words. And obviously, that's not the right thing to do. It definitely not in the name of deflecting blame. My intention definitely wasn't malicious in that, but there is a big drawback, especially near the end of a stream. And this is not a deflection. This is mostly just trying to explain how I can square that circle. Basically, it's very easy to go on autopilot. You'll have, a few linguistic characteristics, and the substance of what I say, I actually think holds. I had been very clear that I was not interested in continuing on the discussion, and it was brought up. It wasn't brought up in the form of a question, but it was reintroduced after I had been very clear about it not being brought in. And so it was wrong of me to characterize it as a question. Obviously, it wasn't, and it would have been, I shouldn't have said that. But in this case here, I'm very much just, filling in the silence, and the longer I'll stream, the more likely I am to say something incorrect. And of course, in the context where people are upset, it makes it particularly difficult to climb down off of that anyway. Although at the time, I was completely unaware. Again, if in the back of my head, I'm like, yes, you are dragging this thing back in that I kind of didn't want to. I'm not really going to be focusing on the question thing. Now, as far as the overall discussion, there's a few things that really bug me about it, and I don't really want to spend too much time on it, but I want to be clear on a few things. Twitch definitely incentivizes a streamer to kind of treat their little stream as their own fiefdom, or to just generally, let them be king and have everybody behave accordingly. And I really try to avoid that. And I'm not particularly happy when people will say stuff like, oh, well, you've got the mic, or, well, you're just mad because I'm disagreeing with you. I actually do like discussion, but it's also very difficult because when I talk about certain topics, there's a lot of very common and, in my opinion, not very well thought out views that are sort of received wisdom, especially in terms of gaming. And in one sense, it's really great that people are becoming more interested in how games are made and the process behind it. But it can result in some really very thoughtless commentary. When I hear things like lazy developers, the fact of the matter is there's a few developers who do watch the stream on a fairly regular basis. And I'm not particularly fond of the idea of the stream becoming a haven for this kind of negativity. It would be the same as, if I had somebody who was any other profession, even something like barista, and somebody was always coming in and saying like, well, baristas just can't get better jobs, or, they're not educated enough, or something like that. It would be nice not to have that sort of an environment. So I do actually promote discussion, and I don't really think agreement is one of the requirements for discussions like that. But thoughtful contributions are. And it's very frequent in these kinds of discussions that, I will feel that I am saying things and then it'll either be mischaracterized in a way to completely miss the point. And it can just be a legitimate misunderstanding. Certainly, it's an imperfect communications medium. But the fact of the matter is that it's very easy for me to run out of energy for discussions like that, especially when it's taking away from a stream. And so the reason for me saying things like, I don't really want to pursue this topic anymore, is that I feel that it's no longer contributing anything useful, and that continuing on is going to be more harmful to the stream than others. And, than just dropping it. And I mean, the fact of the matter is that I'm responsible for the tone, and I also know it's very easy for me to get roped back into stuff. So that's what it comes down to. Like, in the end, the person's since left the stream. That's unfortunate because they were a regular. But I think it's not unfair to expect that if I say we're moving on from a topic, to not have that brought up again. But it also doesn't, just because, it ended negatively, and, as far as any costs or whatever, is, in terms of lost viewership or whatever, that is totally beside the point, in terms of being able to say, you know what, actually, this is a point where I screwed up. And I hope that, at least in the context of the stream, that can be taken as a good faith effort on my part to sort of keep myself in check and not to sort of abuse the bully pulpit of the stream. But yeah, I wanted to address that, just because, especially when it comes to YouTube stuff, especially because it's divorced from the chat context and all of that, I did want to acknowledge the screw up, while also sort of being also clear that, while the specific details, sorry, it's taking a while to load. There we go. We're in it. I did also sort of want to say, it's like, but, I also want to be clear in terms of where I thought the expectations were. So, we are back to Old World. Now, there's also, I wanted to get that first one out of the way, not because I thought it was most important, but because I wanted people to get a little bit of a public service announcement. It looks like this game is discounted. In fact, I'm going to take a quick minute here, and I'm not sure if it's on a discount currently, or if that was just a launch day thing. Let me see if I can find this real quick. But I was, and I don't want to do numbers or anything like that. Yes, it is. This game's currently 25% off, and a meaningful number of you pre-ordered this game, which I thought was wonderful, because I think it's a really great game, and the developers are, it's an interesting developer full stop, as well as the sort of the people who are at least going on camera for people are just very interesting people in their own right. But I do not want people's first experience of Old World to be a negative one, where they feel like they spent more on a game than they were supposed to. So, if you were one of those people who pre-ordered Old World, my understanding is that Epic should be refunding the difference automatically. So you'll want to check for that first. If you do not see that refund, I would recommend contacting the Epic Store. I am kind of personally interested to know if there's a problem along those lines. I don't have any pull with that, but obviously I don't want to be recommending something that that results in people winding up with a worse deal than they otherwise could get. But my understanding is that you should have the refund automatically applied. I've actually personally been affected by this, and I didn't need to tell Epic about it. They covered it already. So, first thing to check is to see whether or not you've gotten the difference. And of course, if you haven't gotten the difference, it's a good idea to get in touch with Epic, just to make sure that everything's the way that it should be. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? Good to see you. This game is also out now. So again, maybe I should also clarify. I'll actually get the advertising out of the way right now. You can use the system. You can use the System Chalk creator tag on checkout, or you can use that link there, store.epicgames.com/systemchalk/old-world. And you can enjoy it at 25% off. For me, in terms of Canadian, that means the game is currently $32.99 versus $43.99. So that's a nice little, nice little $10 discount, basically. But perhaps some of you are on the fence about this. So I'm going to be picking up from where we left last time. Oh. There we go. I'm going to be picking up from where we left last time. Now, I want to be really clear on something about this particular playthrough. the intention when we started this, and again, the game hadn't been released at the time that we streamed this. The intention was to say, because I had a viewer come in and say, I would really like it if you did Civilization 6, because I think it's an interesting game, but I have no idea how to get a grip on it. And I really don't know when I'll be able to do Civilization 6. But I thought it may not be a bad idea to sort of say, all right, how do you, run into the unknown like this? And, it's a little bit of a hard one, because what I sort of need to do in the background is, unlearn or sort of put a veil of ignorance over. I don't like the idea of saying, oh, and then I do X because X is just a good idea. That's kind of like when you're reading a textbook and, you're looking for the answers to one of the problems and it just states the answer without actually showing you how they got there. There's really not a lot of value in seeing or in an encounter like that. So what we did sort of the first generation of this family. This will be the first turn as King Galzu, the Mason. And basically what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be picking up from some of the foundation, some of the foundations that we set at the beginning of last playthrough. And then we'll also be talking about maybe some of the things that haven't been properly taken care of, and maybe think a bit about how we're going to overcome a few of those, maybe some of those difficulties that I've set myself set up for myself. So all of this is to say is that I'm currently playing on the easiest difficulty, which is not normally how I would play a game like this. And one of the things that I've really been trying to do here is to just use the information that the game is sort of presented to me. Now, again, the game is in early access, so it's going to be changing. And in fact, there was a wonderful stream that Mohawk Games put on to sort of for launch. And they were pretty clear in terms of saying that, as far as they're concerned, the game is very much sort of in development. It's sort of at this point where they, I think they have a clear idea of where they would like to go with it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, it doesn't mean that things are set in stone. I think they are going to be relying quite a bit on the words from players and seeing the game streamed and such to figure out where they're going with it. So I will admit I'm playing this a little bit differently from how I would be playing myself. But the aim here is to just try and say, hey, if you want to learn a game, why not start on a lower difficulty? Just mess around with a few things. You might still lose, but let's take a look and see what we can get done. So one major thing that I didn't cover in the last playthrough was I put a lot of investment in expanding out my territory. But what I haven't really done is put any consideration to defending it. I have a couple of units. So, for instance, I've got this slinger unit over here, and we've got a warrior unit over here, and I think that's basically it. We're definitely at the point where our neighbors have got fairly high quality units. We've had to go to war with some barbarians, and certainly will be going to war again if I want to claim some of these territories along the Euphrates River. There is definitely limitations in terms of how much you can expand. You can't just run someone out to these regions and build another city. You have to build a city on a city site. So one of the things that we're going to want to focus on, if we can, is getting our military up to speed. And there's going to be a few different ways that we can accomplish that. So, for instance, one thing that you will need when you're building military units are the resources required. This was a fairly big deal for us when we wanted to upgrade the slinger, because as it turns out, we're doing rather poorly as far as wood is concerned. That's one of the major reasons why we're researching forestry. So that's a consideration. Then, of course, there are the other There are a few other considerations, like because Old World has introduced an orders system. Maybe we don't want to. Maybe we don't want to have a really large army in terms of lots of individual units. Maybe what we want to focus on are lots of very high quality units, the sort of thing that, we'll train up and make really awesome. And, we'll just let them sort of steamroll over our enemies. Now, I'm very sympathetic to the idea of high quality units, and in fact, I'd probably go down that path on my own. But of course, if we're learning and we make the wrong decision in terms of what our military should look like, we're going to find that high quality unit, we put all of our bets on that one high quality unit, and then we potentially lose them, and then we're hooped. Now the good news is that we've actually we're not at war with anyone, so we've got a little bit of a breather to sort of build up our military capabilities. But it's also going to be a bit of a drag too, because of course we're waiting 5 years for this archive. We at least have an archer on the way, so that'll be ready in 6 years or 6 turns. I don't really want to turn down any of these archives, and then certainly the settler is going to allow me to expand out to some rather attractive territories. So it's the military question is not necessarily an easy one, but it's one that I think we're going to be able to overcome. So Uncle Cranky says, your brain hurts already. You just got to enjoy the show and occasionally say, yeah, I'd have done that too. Like, you're not a brain dead imbecile. Well, again, I tend to think that these games are enjoyable to people at any level of comfort. But obviously, I'm going to be building up from the previous stream, but I'm trying to do my best to not take in information that I sort of had prior to this game coming out, and to try and build up this experience. The biggest thing is I want to allow myself to lose. So anyways, that's kind of the broad strokes. That's going to be the main theme that I'm working with on this playthrough, and we will hit the end year button and see what comes up. All right, a family marriage offer. A new marriage proposal from Amorite has arrived for King Kurigalzu the Mason. Amorite. Right, these are the sages. All right. I think we also sent out an offer to have a marriage. So we could get Zakiti the Judge, who has high charisma, which will be good for orders, I think. Yes. Oh, well, the tooltip says. This is one of the biggest tips I can give for any games like this. If you're ever confused about something, mousing over it is almost certainly the way that you'll learn more. You're very interested to see the influences that The Sims had on this game. And then Melulatum, the diplomat, is the other option. So, now if I assign them as a governor, we get additional growth per culture level. There's something really nice about the science. So our dowry on this will give us a nice, almost double the science. But like one of the trade-offs I'm thinking of here is that I can say, all right, well, here I'm getting 3 orders, and then of course the growth for the city they're governor of. Or I can have, all right, well, in exchange I get 1 less in terms of the orders, but I get the wealth and the science. So I think we're gonna go for Zakiti the Judge. There we are. Now, let's do the events. These, by the way, I think are part of the secret weapon of Old World. The events are really well written, and they really bring an extra step. I think some of you might remember the fish event that I went with, which I quite liked. A wealthy trader from Babylon arrives from a recent expedition flush with gifts for the court. How do we respond? So cultural events occur when the city's cultural bar hits the next threshold. We can say, we need a merchant on the court. So I'm curious. Join court, great merchant. This one I'm not 100% on, or show our appreciation, and we get the wealth. In this case, I think we'll do partly this for me, and this is, again, why it's nice to do something on easy so that you can burn your hand on things and not see the playthrough completely completely get lost. But let's see what happens when the Great Merchant joins our court. Okay, now let's choose some research. So, if I recall correctly, we wanted the forestry so that we could build some lumber mills. So we're in better shape as far as that goes. I think we were working towards scholarship, but I may also want to be considering. So here's an important question for me, actually. I could do, so both of these will take 1 year. I could get a chariot, which is a melee mounted horse, 20 HP, 3 movement, 5 strength, starts with route, consumes 2 food, costs 50 food, 50 wood. Or we can go for the maceman. So they are a slower unit. Looks like equal strength. But what makes this a particularly attractive unit is that it consumes iron, unlike my other specialist units. So I think let's go for the battle line here. You have a new gripe against the Epic Store. Prices are shown in US dollars and you can't find the option to change it to New Zealand? That's very strange, Uncle Cranky. Are you logged in? Because I know in my case they give it to me in Canadian. It may be that they don't have the New Zealand option, but I know they've been advancing pretty rapidly on that front. All right. What else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, now we're moving units. Okay, so I want to get a quick view at a couple of things that are going on here. So Spearman, movement 2, strength 5, attacks forward at 25%. 50% strength in melee combat versus mounted units. So obviously, it's just as well that I didn't go for chariots. They also consume iron. 100% unusable interface until you don't have to go. Yeah. I mean, a lot of this stuff has been automatic for me, but that doesn't mean that that's everybody else's experience, right? All right. First things first, I think I want to do some exploration. So as nice as it is to hide in the woods, let's move a little bit further and see. All right, so the Scythians are in the area. One really important thing for me to keep in mind is that I don't need to use all of the moves for scouts. But in this particular case, I wanted to do this because, you know, I'm learning about the areas near my potential bases. So next up, I think I'm going to do the same thing. Let's keep moving my scout up so that I can see what the world has to offer. So I do get one more move if I'm so inclined. I mean, I suppose I can just keep looking up in this corner. I'll have to decide later. Now I wasn't even thinking about whether or not... Alright, so it looks like they're quite okay with me building a quarry here. Now, I will admit, I'm a little confused why I'm able to build a quarry in this case. But it tells me. So it says requires lush, temperate, arid tundra, adjacent mountain, or marble. And I think this is the thing that weirds me out a little bit, is that I don't see an adjacent mountain or marble to this area. Now, I did have a stone shortage, but we actually are generating less iron than anything else. So I have a few options available to me right now. It would be nice to recover a little bit of my stone. Actually, you know what? Maybe removing some of the scrub would be a nice intermediate choice. So at some point, I do want to take Borsippa, and I want to create a road between that and Babylon. I want to try and get all of my sort of my little colonies and all of that. I want to get them sort of in a little bit of a better state. But I think, especially because I'm short on wood, I'm actually going to take the time to cut the scrub. Oh, we'll grow back into scrub. All right, well, that's maybe a little less exciting then. Okay, so instead I could say I build a barracks, but this isn't really about... Yeah, this isn't really too exciting as far as... as far as a place for military units. So maybe I do want to be focusing on... Yeah. In this case, I am actually going to focus on... on resource extraction. Now, one thing I have neglected from the previous run was these buildings. So hamlets are urban buildings. The trade-off basically is food for wealth. But the other thing is that it allows you to start building some of the other rather important upgrades, just things that will give you, other improvements. So I've sort of let my civilization go under a bit in terms of what kinds of improvements I've been building. I think for now, though, I'm going to go on for a mine. I know it takes up some wood, but it would be nice to get these things taken care of. Now, as far as my other scout is concerned, we've sort of harvested everything in the immediate area, and I think I was torn as to whether or not I wanted to investigate sort of down south here, or I wanted to clear out sort of this area near the Persians. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move them to sort of investigate this region. Although it probably would have been smarter for me to go onto this game so I could have harvested it. Again, I'm rather bad at remembering to harvest these resources. All right. What I mean by that, by the way, if you haven't seen this game played before, so you'll see that some of these tiles say harvested. So you don't just build improvements on tiles to claim the goods. Your units can actually go and just sort of pick up the resource over time. The halo of light on that dude, is that Jesus? Yes, every single one of them is the Messiah. All right, I don't actually have a whole lot for this unit to be doing right now. This would actually be this would be one of these times where it would be a good idea to maybe put these guys in some kind of a barracks or what have you, because right now they sort of represent something that's not generating any resources for me. And of course, the challenge is that I don't have any place for them. There's no barracks in the area. So what I'll do is I'll use them as sort of poor scouts, and I'll just clean up a few of the areas I haven't investigated yet. We have one turn left. I definitely don't want to move this unit, so I'm okay leaving the slingers in place. And now we have the Furious Emissary. So a frantic emissary arrives from the Numidians. He accuses Neriglassar the diplomat of kidnapping their infant heir to secure the peace. How do we respond to the accusation? So this is one of my underhanded diplomats who said that they could bring about the peace. So you could say, return the child and order them to commit suicide. I don't really want to anger the Amorites for that. Return the child and apologize for the misunderstanding. That will bring unhappiness in Babylon, and all families will have a negative opinion of that, and refuse to give up a perfectly good hostage. It won't be a big deal, right? Not giving back the baby. All right. I'm not sure if I fortified this guy or not, but I don't really need to move them. So I have a surplus of orders. I don't really want to spend anything to try and move people further. So in this case, this will get converted into a little bit of money. Oop. Your family basks in the warmth of a new life. However, court doctors soon notice that your son, Prince Abil Sin, appears to suffer from unique physical challenges. They are concerned for his ongoing health and development. How do you respond to their worries? So Prince Abil Sin becomes severely ill, 70% chance of death. So science must hold a solution. King Kuriglazu the Mason gains Scholar, no longer judge, unlocks Inquiry in the capital, can redraw texts, can serve as governor or ambassador, and +3 wisdom. Or we will rely on divine protection. Become righteous, -2. Yeah. So in this case, I think it looks like we have no options. I'm going to have to give up one or the other. Oh, actually, that's not true. I can just become righteous outright. Well, it would have been interesting to have a judge, but let's keep carrying on with our science focus. So the part of the aim here is going to be that we'll take the early investments that we've made, and so long as we can sort of hold the enemies at bay, we should be able to use superior technology to overcome our enemies. Although it's very clear here that our potential enemies already have some fairly advanced units. Okay, next turn. So if I want, I can get my own phalanx. We could do monasticism. Let's actually think a little bit about where I might want to go one way or the other. So War Elephant's rather tempting because of the high strength and then +50 strength in melee combat versus mounted. Starts with rout, consumes 1 training and 3 food. So this is the sort of thing that, again, it would fit rather well with our kind of the things that we have the most of. Now, clearly the spearmen will be a problem for the elephant, but maybe... Let's view the tech tree again. So let me build a citrus grove. If I go down phalanx, that'll eventually give me citizenship. Okay. And then scholarship. Steel is also a fairly tempting improvement. So you know what? I'm going to slightly adjust my priorities. Yeah, it's giving up a little bit on our science advantages. But I can see... I think if I admit that I'm going to be doing a little bit of combat, investing in the war elephants might be an idea. Now, it does mean that I'm going to have to give up the theater for a bit, but that's fine because that'll give me some time to build these urban buildings instead. So I think one of the reasons I haven't built urban buildings is because the game hasn't given me a recommendation for them, but I do want to consider that at some point. So in this case, it's going to be a longer-term investment, but we are going to do land consolidation this time around. All right, Paranoid. Our spies receive a personal message addressed to you from Romulus, leader of Rome. It is a paranoid rant, a litany of accusations and falsehoods. Apparently, he is convinced that you are plotting against him. You may wish to ease tensions, perhaps extend an olive branch to the anxious heir. So tell him we have no qualm with Rome, and he is suspicious, or scold him for making ridiculous accusations. So I gain extra courage, and he becomes vengeful. Well, he's already upset. Now, the thing that makes this particularly fragile is when I take a look at Romulus, we already upset him. Actually, no, here's what I'm going to do. So I made the assumption that Romulus is going to die soon, and we are investing in his son. So we're going to roll the dice. I'm going to take my bonus for courage. And I'm going to allow for the possibility that this might start a war earlier than I really want. But let's try and take the chance. All right, returning emissary. The Numidian's emissary returns to court. He informs you that the Numidians have decided to misunderstand their swords through our hearts, or accept our apologies and overlook the offense for now. I am not eloquent, so we gain 4 legitimacy, and the Numidians are going to invade. I'm not sure why I thought that would work. We're not at war with the Numidians. Well, that's life, right? Now we need to consider how we're going to handle it. I think in the end, I'm just going to take the opportunity to expand out even further. So I believe I should have a settler ready to go. I am going to use the scout. I am going to take advantage of some of these harvests. So we'll harvest the sheep for the food. This isn't really a whole lot of extra territory we're getting this time around, but I did get a couple of harvests in while still clearing out some of the fog. Let's skip over these scouts for a little bit just to make sure. Sadly, I don't have much in the way of hill. Ooh. That's unlucky. We should back off. Yeah, they're actually rather well equipped, especially compared to our rather sorry batch. This is definitely going to be character building for a little bit. All right, now let's think about the construction in this city. If I want, I can try and go for another settler, but that seems to be a particularly aggressive move given that it's going to take 11 years to do so. It would seem better to pursue the priority of additional archives, so we'll work with that for now. I do want to be a little conscious of my stone, but you know, I don't want to be so conscious of my stone that I don't build anything interesting. And I think I'm going to split the responsibilities of my scouts in a slightly more efficient manner. So this guy's going to investigate to the south. Oop, just shy of what I needed. All right. And then this guy will sort of investigate the north. So, oh, but I ran out of orders. I should have at least got one move with this guy, but that's not the end of the world. Now, the Numidians I don't actually see as being particularly strong. Their units are quite strong, but as far as the concerns of, you know, what they might do to me, so far as I can tell, they're sitting here and they're sitting here, and I don't think they have any other cities. I could be wrong. They definitely count as much weaker, and I'm not a particularly strong. I'm not a particularly strong empire. All right. Well, that's not a surprise that they're running after me. What is a problem, though, is I don't have a good escape strategy. So I think I'm going to get on the hill. And we will run my warrior up. So we'll get them to fortify. But it is going to be a little scary as far as my settler is concerned. So in terms of areas I want to claim, I think the most opportunity is actually right here, because we'll get the fields, we'll still get the marble. We always get the elephants. So we'll take this, and then if we wind up claiming this for ourselves, you know, that's so much the better. But again, I want to be a little careful in terms of how I move this stuff. So I'm also a little curious how the AI handles this stuff. So there's the possibility they'll run and go after them, but I'm not entirely certain. All right, ancient statue. Citizens in the quarries near Nippur have unearthed a massive stone Goliath. Its size and style suggest a culture with which our scholars are not familiar. What shall we do with the statue? We could put it on public display for additional culture, or disassemble it for stone. Now, this is actually one of these. You're going to lurk a bit? Excellent. Have a good time with Pathfinder, and we'll see you. We'll definitely see you next time, Uncle Cranky. All right. So this is a great little example of some of the decisions that you have to make. So I could use the stone right now. We're generating 32 a turn. I've got 58. And so 90 is a pretty meaningful amount. That's about 3 years worth of production. But culture is also quite important. In this case, I'm just going to outright say put it on public display. And I'll show you why. If you click on the city, you have a few different sort of factors. You have growth, so the rate at which you gain citizens and whatnot. Then there's the culture level. So when a city's culture fills up, a positive event occurs. The city's overall culture level affects what improvements and wonders can be built. Improve culture by building shrines and theaters. So one of the really big things about this is that you get additional points for cities that sort of have this legendary culture level. So it's not something you want to ignore. And then you have discontent. So I believe with citizens you can turn them into specialists and get some extra bonuses, but it does take a bit of time. I am somewhat inclined to at least go for the stone cutters. Yeah, you know what? We'll add that to the queue. Looks like we're waiting on an archer for a while, so. All right, citizen defense. The eager citizens of Nippur come forward, wishing to help support the city's defenses. They have the will, all they need is the direction. So we could do construct protective city walls. This will cost me 40 stone, which is basically everything I've got. Or we could conduct emergency training drills for the additional training. Now, this would be rather good, especially given the fact that I'm at war with only a couple of units. But in this case here, I do want sort of the free improvement, so we will take construct protective city walls. And of course, it's not exactly on the front lines, but it might be something that we have to, defend against the Persians or the Numidians. All right, King Romulus is pretty annoyed with me. So I have to kind of hope that he dies soon, because I know I'm not going to be able to win a war against him. It's entirely possible he will just clobber me before we'll pass for this turn. All right, now my work. I've got 9 points left, so I want to be a little thoughtful in terms of what I do with the turn. So if I want some additional growth, I can put a sheep pasture down. Garrison wouldn't be terrible. Oh, but a lumber mill, especially because the... Oh, no, hang on. Kassites, it's the camps and nets. I need to remember there's the difference between these two. Lumber mill is still a pretty high priority for me, though, given how... Well, no, hang on. So if this guy's going to be... Yeah. Oh, but I need the stone for that. Okay, we will build the lumber mill, but that's mostly just because it's something I can afford. Don't cry, Zanzibar. Sorry to be off topic, but are you planning on playing the next Cultist Simulator DLC? Yes, I am. It's not too... I don't think that's too big of a problem as an off-topic one, because, I mean, a lot of people do know me for that. But yeah, I mean, I had the Perpetual Edition, so that makes that a little easier for me in the first place. But on top of that, there might actually be something kind of special with the new DLC. So stay tuned on that front. Okay, so I believe it's just scouts left. So I do kind of want to prioritize exploration in this this part of the world. It's also a nice little mountain for me to work on, so... And if I want to move this guy, I'm really moving them... Really just moving them so that I can get rid of the last little hole. So let's... I think what I'm going to do is I'll be a little more... it paid off. I could spend 100 training to get the extra move, but I'm going to risk it that somebody else doesn't ninja that from me. Now, I am very interested in seeing what happens this turn. I really can't afford to lose the Slinger. And it's possible that the Numidians might go for my settler. Or it might be that the Persians have a hard counter on the Numidians, which is great news for me, because then, of course, I would be able to, to just... take them on at my leisure. So let's see how that turn turns out. All right, so it looks like they want to take the city site. Well, I'm going to be a little bit annoyed if I'm not actually able to colonize it, but nights can be long when you bear the mantle of leadership. However, one evening, as you lie in bed half asleep, you experience a flash of insight, something bold, something that will improve the lives of your subjects. What do you do? So we can write it down and unveil it in the morning, or sell the idea to a wise merchant. We're definitely writing it down. And we've discovered siegecraft, so we can get the fort improvement. And we can build an urban building. So this will help me with my archers and slingers. So, first question. I want to see whether or not I'm able to... It looks like... So just taking a look at the way that this thing is working. It's blocked by an enemy spearman. That is a pity. All right. So obviously the spearman is left open to some pretty a pretty brutal counterattack. I'm very curious how we're gonna sort this out, because obviously we had our guy sort of sitting on that for a while. But all right, Babylon, what do I want you to make? Ideally stuff that won't cost stone, but I don't think I have many options on that front. It's definitely recommending a maceman, and I am somewhat inclined to agree. Yeah, so let's build the maceman. It's going to take us a while, but... And Sipar, what do I want Sipar to build? So they've already got their archive. We could go for a forum for additional civics. We could get additional culture from the treasury. I think I'm going to start investing fairly heavily in my military. Okay, so we'll pass this turn. And again, I think we're stuck with our scouts, so here I can at least get a harvest. And let's see what our ancient city will give us. Hey, Roasid, this is a very interesting game. This is Old World by Mohawk Games. Mohawk Games previously made Off-World Trading Company, which is an exceptional economic RTS. It's one that I used to really like playing on stream, and the problem that I had was that it seemed to attract a group of people who were really insistent about the way that I should play the game, so it became a bit of a drag to play. I kind of want to get back to it, though, because I feel like maybe with Old World, the audience for it might change a little bit. But this is just came out in early access. I'm actually going to do the exclamation mark game. So there is an affiliate link, and it's currently 25% off. Again, if you were one of those people who pre-ordered, thank you. I really appreciate that. But Epic should already be refunding the difference. If you didn't get it, you might want to talk to them. But yeah, this is basically... So one of the designers on this is Soren Johnson. And so this is his return to the 4X genre. He, I think, did AI on Civilization 3 and a little bit of design work, probably most famous for Civilization 4, but also did the strategy element for the game Spore. And what's really neat about this one is that it's... I think the thing that surprises me the most is how many of the things in here feel like they should have been part of 4X games all along. But I think one of the things that's really nice, one of the sort of the co-designers on it, Layla Johnson, has written a lot of individual events for characters. So I think probably the most ready comparison I could make would be something like Crusader Kings. And I think what's really interesting about it is that I really enjoy Civilization. And again, it was one of these things that really got me into history and just sort of thinking a bit about bigger topics. And you always kind of need to find your entryway into a given topic. But what I think is particularly interesting about this one is that a Civilization appeals to my abstract thinking side, and I tend to think a lot along sort of the Civilization lines. You've got the social planner, and sort of the world just does what you want. And what's so interesting is that some of the best stories and some of the best experiences are when you actually focus at that individual level. And so the empires that you see are very much reflections of their rulers at the time. And I'm making certain decisions. Like, I'm kind of banking on the fact that I don't think King Romulus is going to be lasting very long. And if he is, I've really annoyed him. Fortunately, it looks like he's at war with the Danes, so, maybe... Oh, he's also fighting Carthage, I suppose that goes without saying. So he might maybe be avoiding a fight with me for that reason. But, in this case here, there's so many of these little individual events that I like that individual perspective that's been brought to the genre. It's just came out in early access, so there's lots of room for development. But the other thing that's encouraging is that there's a lot of it's pretty open for modding. So if you want to add your own little events and whatnot, that's in there even at this early stage. So anyways, there's my elevator pitch for you, Roa said. It was just a very long elevator ride. Our explorers discover a cache of yellowed star charts in the ruins. The former inhabitants must have been excuse me, a tribe of great navigators. Who should receive the charts? So our scouts could gain... We could get an additional scout and some more orders, or our astronomers are in need of inspiration. Alright, so I've got a couple of people in court. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on with that. Sorry, I also want to just do a quick review of where I'm sitting with everything. All right, so this is the merchant that we got. This is the scientist that we got. Now, I don't think these folks can become governors. Let's take a quick look, because I know Babylon should be able to have a governor. No governor candidates available. Requires a garrison, stronghold, or a citadel. Oh, we haven't got the garrison yet. All right. And then I'm pretty sure, as much as I would like to... yeah, I should have added a general earlier on. All right. There might be something we can do with they are a judge. So I'm just kind of taking a quick peek at what traits these folks have. All right. And so the Chaldeans are not too crazy about me, but all right. So I think we said it was just the scouts that were left, right? So let's keep exploring with this guy first. Head to the hills just so I can see what's in the area. Get some free furs, and we can't move them any further. One other thing, Roa said, that's really unique about this game is it's got an order system here. So you can see this orders button. So there's sort of a limited number of moves that I can do with a unit on their own. But on top of that, there's a number of moves that I can do in total. And that adds another dimension to the game. And this is actually going to be probably pretty apparent once we start doing this war thing. Again, I'm very interested in what happens on this side of the map. Oh, do I want to move my people again? Yeah, why not? We're doing okay for money. All right. So it looks like there was a bit of little bit of bloodiness, but nothing to make us panic. All right, so Romulus, this is a pretty good improvement. So the ascension of Statius in Rome has inspired a popular rebellion in the city of Akkad, known for its many ethnic Romans. We must do something to address this population's grievances before their fervor spreads. So we could deport all ethnic Romans in Akkad. I will lose 2 wisdom, which will lower my science. This is obviously a big problem. Or we could throw a celebration of their heritage and But we do potentially get a new law. Yeah, in this case, we'll push the favorable policies, and this is just because we have a law available. Otherwise, I would have gone for the character. So we can do serfdom, or yeah, let's take advantage of the improvements to farms, and that will mean that I can start building some more cities as well. Great Thinkers, one of our most prosperous neighbors, has become home to a burgeoning intellectual movement. Many of the capital's most talented young figures emerge from this area, and we should take notice. Whom should we bring to court? We have to pay for it, but we can bring the eloquent philosopher, we can gain a great scientist for that, the capable administrator, or we cannot afford an education. I think it was a merchant and a scientist we had, right? So let's do the capable administrator, and hopefully they can become a governor. In fact, I kind of hope they all can, but... All right. Yes, we can start assigning some governors. So... Kuriglazu is the highest science return, but also experience for new ranged units. That's a little bit of a tough division, because I don't think I'm going to be building any ranged units here. But after seeing the bonuses that you get from governors, I am now going to prioritize garrisons in as many cities as I can possibly find. Oh, am I really building 2 macemen in the city? That can't be right. I'm gonna have to think about what their next, the next expansion is. All right, still in trouble with the settler. Oh, that's right. We've already. Oh, hang on. No. Yeah, we've already done our moves here. All right, we've got a spare worker. Amorite. I really do need to get some lumber mills online, so even though this isn't in a sort of lumber mill focused area, I still think there's a good argument for improving Babylon along that dimension. And again, I need to start thinking about hamlets as well, but lumber mills first. All right. Same story now. This is... No, this also is for a camp, so that's not as exciting. But yeah, let's put down the lumber mill. I will eventually start putting down some ranges too, but one thing at a time. All right, now I'm slowly making my way to Mari. So the idea here is I'm going to start... I'll add the road and then we'll move on. And I think now we're stuck with my scouts, so which scouts do I want to... Yep, too far from the city for the pigs. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot for me here, but at least I've removed that from the list of possibilities. Uncle Cranky will be pleased to see that I can walk on water. Scythians aren't mad at me yet, so we're okay there. And we will end the year. Let's see what happens to my poor warrior. Yep, we lost it. Unlawful. After days of tense private discussions, members of the Kassite family have emerged with a decree. They wish for us to wage a righteous war on Rome. The Romans practice abhorrent law of slavery, which we must no longer tolerate. The time to take up arms is at hand. They are much stronger than me. Your grievances do not justify bloodshed. That sucks that the Kassites are mad, but I do not want to. I do not want to see the family. I don't want to see the. I don't want to see the empire sort of fall apart as a result of the a hasty move to war. I could send them gems to keep them happy. Yeah, let's do that. All right, and my slingers have been able to clear out the riffraff, but again, we're without melee units, so this is going to make things a little complicated. Clearly, I made a big mistake by assigning that general. But we should be, I don't know, we should be in better shape. I am a little curious what happens when I move one of my military units inside this area here. I wonder if I'll finally be able to get a claim, because right now that settler is not accomplishing anything. Okay, Bosepa. Again, because I kind of like culture. Well, okay, let's just double check. This is a Chaldean seat. Let me just double check what the Chaldeans give me. So mines and lumber mills get additional output. Siege ship units start with ingenuity. Okay. I think we're going to go... The game's recommending forums, or fora, I guess is the right term. I am inclined to treasury because of the extra sort of culture that I get. The other thing I'm thinking about is adding these specialists because, again, I get 1 additional science per year, and then also little things like added growth and whatnot. So here, miners give me... yeah, mines and lumber mills in particular seem to be really big with these guys. But yeah, the extra growth for sure. What does it cost? I've got 3 citizens right now, so if I build up a trapper, that's going to take 10 years compared to the treasury. So let's say treasury first. We'll think about what I want to do with the rest. All right, research time. So I could do monasticism. It will unlock the monastery, monotheism, and polytheism. We could build a manor. I think at this point I'm a little more inclined towards going for the cheap techs because we're getting close to the Discover 7 techs ambition. So we will wait a minute for that. Oh, yeah. So we'll say you'll pass for at least 1 more turn. If I don't really know what to do about the Persians here. I think if they're gonna camp out and I'm not able to get my I'm not able to get this thing to put down a city, I might have to come up with another site for them. All right. Again, I want my workers making stuff as much as possible. Although I think now would be a really good time for me to build a garrison. Now that I see what the benefits of a governor are. So let's say 1 right there. It's also very expensive in terms of stone, it turns out. All right, well, this is a, well, see, quarry doesn't count as a mine, though. A mine counts as a mine. I've already built the road. So what I'll do here, I'll move up 1 and I will build a lumber mill. So what I'm kind of trying to do here is I'm trying to be as cautious as I can about my moves and kind of gain as much as possible on each of those choices. So, you know, if I can avoid buying resources or... Yikes! I didn't even notice that the Numidians were here. This is grim. I don't have any units in the area. Okay, Akkad is building a warrior. Ugh, they're building a warrior. I need a maceman. It's gonna cost to rush. I don't have the culture for it. Well, a warrior is better than nothing, so I'm going to stick with that. I don't have a good answer about how to protect that city, though. It's going to take me a really long time to get my people in the region. I think some forced marches might be in order. All right. I've got 2 scouts, 6 orders. I think I know how I'm going to do this. So we'll take a quick peek and see what's around Carthage. A haunted quarry. We stumbled upon what looks like an old quarry. The equipment inside suggests an advanced knowledge of engineering. However, villagers nearby claim that furious spirits devoured the miners, leaving the tunnels abandoned. So we could examine the quarry to find out how it was made. Again, stonecutter. Haul back as much stone as possible. Again, at the risk of unhappiness. Or leave this ill this ultimatum. Ugh. Babylonia will not be told whom to attack. The problem is that the Danes are the weaker target, but I don't want to be going to war with anyone right now, at least for like 2 years. So what I might wind up doing with this archer is sort of retreating for a little bit so I can bring the macemen in. But again, we gotta see how this all turns out. All right, worker. So we can build a grove. Ooh, a luxury. Seems as good as anything right now. Well, no, hang on. Garrisons are quite strong. All right, so it's all scouts now. All right, well, we should be able to get a little something for assault. Forgot to... Well, we can harvest the cattle now. I've got 3 orders left. I will make the most of this one, mostly for my curiosity, and then this should be the last unit that can move. So, this is interesting. So this is almost certainly something that Carthage is going to get, but... Alright, let's see what the new year brings. Lots of damage. Alright, I am now known as the Able. Duke Agam, your brother, now has a desired ambition. Control 2 elder monks. Queen Consort Zakiti, your wife, is now ill. That is 20% chance of death, 20% chance of severely ill. Acts of charity. Once a week, Elitum brings her young pupil into the slums of Babylon, where Neriglissar feeds the poorest of the poor. The teacher insists that such a lesson is vital in shaping future leaders. Neriglissar appears to be benefiting from this exposure, so Babylon will reduce its unhappiness. So we could say, encourage him to support charitable government policies. He becomes humble and +1 charisma, or suggest that he continue working directly with the poor. He becomes compassionate and gets additional wisdom. Let's go for compassionate. Now, humble can be really helpful for a lot of diplomatic options, but I like the extra wisdom just because we've been going down this science path. Enchanting conversation. During a royal feast, you share an enchanting conversation with one of your minor courtiers. The wine flows freely as the two of you talk late into the night. As the revels close, your companion lingers on as the rest of the guests depart. You could say, let's see where the night takes us, or a ruler needs his rest. Sorry, Zakiti. Alright. Looks like Persia's not going to do anything to... I'm going to put you on sleep for now. So clearly I have to cancel the garrison, and I need to get this guy to safety. Run for the hills! Now, I have a little bit of a balancing act with this slinger. So I'm going to start with heal for them. Similar idea with this archer. I'm going to send them back to Akkad. And this is... I know that Mari will be able to hold out for a little bit longer. Alright, what do I want to do with this worker? Extra lumber mills sounds good. It actually looks like food is now my lowest improvement, but I'm sure that will change over time. Yeah, let's put down the lumber mill. Okay, they are in Babylon, so they should be pretty safe. I do kind of want to prioritize the goats because of the growth, but in this case here, I am gonna go. I'm gonna go for the farm, and the main reason is just because I saw that food is now my lowest resource. Okay. Alright, I was debating about taking this unit and putting them in the woods just to give me an idea of what was going on with the Numidians over here. But, I did kind of want to get an idea of what was going on. As it turns out, I don't think I'm not really going to be able to move in this area, so I'll wind up moving them up anyway. But we should have a bunch of units coming online now. Oh, looks like they might be... My wife is now severely ill. Alright, pillaging. Lots of badness. Let's see what we can do to... I want to see what my military solutions are here. So I'm going to send him to Borsippa first, get him to heal. Okay, upgrade to Archer seems like a... Oh, it must be fully healed. Alright, that's a shame, but again, I gotta play the hand I've been dealt. Alright. Let's choose some production in Babylon before I go any further. Additional troops seems like a really good idea. The problem is that I also know I've got some upgraded units that are due. Actually, I'm a little curious why I don't have elephants. Oh, probably because I don't have the elephants resource. Okay, so additional specialists would be a good idea because of the extra growth and whatnot. Well, also potentially culture. All these are pretty short. I'm curious what it would take. So if I put a specialist, that's also 4 years. I've got 7 citizens, so there's actually a lot that I can get away with here. Well, it is recommending a forum, so we'll start with that. And it wants me to do an inquiry, huh? I think I prefer the idea of some specialists. This was a Amorite seat, so... Ah, yeah, this is a place where I want to be building a lot more houses than I have. Let's leave that for now. All right, Mari, what am I getting you to build? Repairs wouldn't hurt. Doesn't actually cost me anything. The problem is it also doesn't really get me any closer to a particular goal. Well, let's repair during the siege at least. The lion. In a stroke of good luck, Abi Ratash has come into possession of a lion, a rare exotic creature from the south. He wishes to use the beast in one of Amada's science lessons, but the girl is reluctant. All it took was one look at the cat's enormous teeth. Shall we insist on this first-hand experience? So allow her to learn about lions from scholarly reports. Amada gains 1 wisdom but becomes cowardly. I don't believe that's the heir, though. Or commander to examine the lion personally. Gains courage but becomes foolish. I will always go for the extra wisdom. Shooting star. A large fiery body streaks across the heavens, visible from every corner of the nation. Scholars wonder if this phenomenon heralds a bright new age or if it is a sign of dark times to come. How do we wish to address this cosmic event? Special coins to commemorate the event. King Kuraglazu the Able becomes prosperous, gain additional 5 money per culture level. Feed the poor to stave off a higher judgment. They become gracious with additional charisma. Or prepare for a war that surely was prophesied. Now, this would be if I became a general. I am actually planning on putting this guy... Well, no, I'll probably have him as a governor. So let's do the extra... Let's become gracious. Mathematical breakthrough. Mathematicians from Mari come before the court to present a recent breakthrough. They suspect that this important work may have valuable applications. How shall we reward them? We can add them to the court and gain another great scientist, or ask them to continue their research. In this case, I'll just take the dump of science. You've completed an ambition, discover 7 techs. So I believe we should see our number tick up. Oh, I was wrong, apparently. New type of animal discovered. Scientists in Babylon claim to have discovered a new species of spider in the streams and tributaries near the city. These fascinating creatures bury themselves deep in mud layers, striking at their prey from below. What shall we do with them? So we can pass them off as rare collector's items and get money. We could send an expedition to learn more about them and get the science, or encourage citizens to report anything of interest. We would lose money, but could lead to future events. I kind of want to see where the future events are going. As nice as it is to get the extra science, it is less than a year's worth, so I think I'm willing to see where this story takes us. Okay, choose research. I don't really need to prioritize low-cost tech anymore, but I might want to be thinking a little bit about where where we're going with everything. So theology is sort of a tempting one because of the extra law that it gets me, and I'll have enough civics before too long. Conscript isn't really all that exciting. Oh yeah, because this is the higher level of like militia. What I should be looking for, though, is where I get an ambassador from. So I get a chancellor from Ramparts, which is kind of reason enough. I've really been neglecting the diplomatic front, and potentially at my detriment, so... Never remember where this stuff... Oh, hang on. We've already got aristocracy. So why don't I have an ambassador? As it is, let's start unlocking some of these specialized roles. Okay, so requires ambassador. Ah, well, here's one thing that I can try. With Persia, please declare war on the Numidians. That would cost me 22 for the next... they must simply trust... Okay, the court wishes to gain the cooperation of Persians in a campaign against the Numidians. They will require more persuasion. I'm not going to pay for that. Ah, there we go. So I got this wrong. I needed to assign it. So let's get that done right now. And see, I would have probably gone for the barbarian truce, but at this point, I actually feel like I'm getting into a stronger position. So I might want to roll the dice and see if I can actually expand as a result of this war. All right, this scout. I want them to be peeking on the Numidians over there. This scout... This is mostly just a fishing expedition. Nope, too far away. And we've got 7 left, so we should be able to make some decent progress on this. Not quite sure why I'm investigating new continents and whatnot, but... And, oh yeah, I actually should have been looking at my workers first. Okay, let's try building the camp. I am obviously a little worried because the barbarians might be causing me some trouble. Jesus, I really wasn't thinking this turn. So I'm going to buy some extra orders. I don't think I'm going to be able to promote. Yeah, we'll end the turn. I think we'll send him to war first, then we'll worry about upgrading him. Now known as the Enlightened. Alright, I kind of want to see the effects of Pillaged, so... It's probably going to be in the help screen. Maybe not. Don't know why I said specialists. Improvements. This is always a tricky one that I have. I like the inclusion of this help screen. I just think it would be nice if I could either search or otherwise get a clearer idea. Because in this case, like, I think I have an idea about what Pillage does, but I don't actually have a direct... I don't have really a direct idea. All right, this has got to be Rome. Declaration of war. Without warning, Rome has declared war on you. How shall we respond? We are now out for blood. Kill 10 enemy units, or rally our troops with a defiant speech. We are now out for blood, and I need to take this pretty seriously. So, I think ending the war with the Numidians is a very high priority. In this case, I'm actually willing to march them. The archer, it's an interesting question. I think in this case I'm actually going to get them to throw some things at the horses. I want to see exactly what I've got. These guys should be upgraded. Oh, but I got to heal them first. All right, Mari. Let's get them to repair. Sipa. Again, I'm sort of feeling like we need to invest a lot in our military at this point to deal with the Romans. And then research. Horse archers actually seems kind of tempting, but in this case, this is a really nice little one-year tech. Getting a free archer from research is a little too good to pass up right now. So the ancient statue we unearthed and later erected in Nippur has been stolen. Local militias are baffled by the crime. Send court spies to Babylon to investigate, or this is a local concern. So we'll spend the money to... And we've got a new ambition, so we can try and kill 10 enemy units, which we've already picked. Enact elites, declared by Chaldean artisans. Kind Control the Oracle. The Oracle is sort of a great wonder. It's definitely tempting to go for it, but I wonder if that would stretch me a little too thin. So how do my families feel about me? The Kassites are definitely the least happy with me. So let's see, as far as laws go, would elites get me... What would elites get me? So guilds would give us -1 year to build improvement, as opposed to elites, which would give us bonus culture and -25 to specialists. Let's do that. Oh, curse their heart. All right. I need to find a new place to settle. I really needed that spot. Actually, I should probably not be prioritizing some of these moves. So I want to prioritize military moves over everything else, but I should be able to... Yeah. This one I'm okay with because we've already moved the military units. Now, one of the drawbacks that's going to happen is I should have siege units. That would really help, but I'm not really in a position to be able to. Rome has begun construction of the pyramids, and Manichaeism has been founded in Neapolis. Okay. So let's think about how we're going to handle the war. First things first, let's clear out whatever barbarians we can. These guys are now ready to be upgraded, so let's get that archer right away. We have the free archer from the tech. So I want to move these guys as close to the front as I can. And while we're at it, let's cause a little bit of sadness to the bad guys. All right. So basically what we accomplished there was I just got I'm starting to push the Numidians back, which is a high priority. In fact, peace with them kind of seems to make the most sense right now. But again, I would prefer to avoid losing my my training for the trouble. And this is rather good because now we're going to be able to focus our attention on Rome. As far as the game is concerned, we're similar. One thing I do rather like, who is this? The Julius. Oh, okay, so actually Neapolis was just founded. Neapolis is uncomfortably close to my... Oh yeah, that's because they took out the Danes. There is a side of me that thinks I might want to redirect my forces to deal with Neapolis right away. It's weak. But I need to think about how... I also want to take out the settlement here. I mean, we're close to their capital, right? So there's some possibilities that they're stretched too thin with their war with Carthage. Anyways, Mari. We are stretched pretty thin on iron. There's a side of me that wants to just invest in the Axeman right away. For now, though, I think I'm going to go with what the game's recommending and go for some of these cheap investments. Okay, research. I'm going to go for the catapult. It's a little late for me to be thinking about that now, but probably some siege units given the fact that we're going to be doing a lot of war. Air education. Time passes quickly. You still remember the birth of Duke Kudur Enil, but he is growing up fast and eager to learn. Would you like to educate him? You can study tactics, rhetoric, commerce, or philosophy? Well, he's a duke, so he's more likely to be a... he's more likely to be like an advisor. Let's get him to study tactics, actually. I think I'm going to be needing some generals. Now, at some point, my wife seems to have died, and I didn't notice. I should feel bad about that, I suppose. All right. Again, I want to make sure that I'm not skipping any military units before I move on. I really do need to figure out what I want to do with this settler. Let's get the worker to heal. I can't let I don't want the country to kind of grind to a halt just because I'm in a war. Okay, I don't have the wood for a grove, but I can at least sort of... pass over. Just thinking of natural extensions. It really does seem to be at the Euphrates, so... marry a Roman in hopes for a brighter future. It doesn't really give me a whole lot, although the extra wood is kind of nice. Wilderness survival. Messages from your heir, Kudu Enil, paint a vivid picture of his tactics training. Stern officers, challenging drills, strategic thinking. Over the past few weeks, Kudu Enil has been surviving the forests, learning to use the wild to his advantage. So survival skills will serve him well on the front lines. He gains commander, can serve as a general or a chancellor, bonus courage and discipline, or it is good for him to know how to exploit weakness. He becomes a schemer, can serve as general or a spy master, gains wisdom at the expense of courage. Let's say survival skills. I don't believe he is. Yeah, he is not my. He's not my potential heir. Well, he's a potential heir, but he's not the current heir. So my stander. One day, learning lessons with his tutor, Neriglisar hears the clamor behind the palace walls. A group of urchins chase a terrified cat along the street, laughing and striking it with sticks. Aletum notices her pupil's interest and challenges him to intervene. What does the royal tutor advise? Attack the boys and drive them away, distract the boys with a humorous story, wait until it is safe and nurse the cat back to health, or do nothing. Urchins will always chase cats. Let's make him charismatic. And talk of war. An informant of ours from the Egyptian court sent us a warning that the court is filled with talk of looming war with our nation. This warning may give us an opening to make a move of our own. So we can reach out with a gift. We could propose a research agreement, so a letter saying how much we admire their scholarly culture and how we wish to engage in a new research agreement so that both nations will prosper. Or initiate a scholarly inquiry in search of an advantage that we might obtain. Let's try and build some bridges. All right, we can get a governor for Borsippa. So the smelter, this is a pretty big one for the Chaldeans, or well, yeah, it seems here that Nebuchadnezzar the smelter is the right call here. Lots of Nebuchadnezzars in Babylon, so it's going to be hard keeping track of everyone. This is actually one thing that's kind of important for me, at least, is I really like the character point of view, but one thing I am struggling with a little bit, and this sometimes happens with me with Crusader Kings, it's very hard to remember which of the children had which role. One nice thing here is if you mouse over on the portrait, you will get, so in this case, it's Duke Nebuchadnezzar, fourth in line. So it's not this Nebuchadnezzar who is my son, age 6. But that still requires me to remember, did I want to try and make them a general? Did I want to try and make them a governor? Those sorts of things. It's just one of those things. Let's make him study philosophy. Like his grandpa. Or, well, not his grandpa. Like grandpa. I can afford the range. It's a little bit of a doubtful option right now, because I don't think my archers are going to be idle, but it's available, so. Let's heal my worker to full health before I do anything else with them. This worker can afford to build the grove. What are we short on? Technically food. I do also need to remember to start building these urban districts, because I'm missing out on some bonuses. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is just wide open. All right, well, we'll do the damage that we can. How you doing, Sean? I can't remember. Were you here the last time I did Old World? I'm really enjoying this. Okay, this archer we haven't actually committed to the fight yet, so I think I'm going to send them off to Neapolis and see if we can get an early hit on the Romans. Looks like we've got a free maceman. It's going to cost me 191. Yeah, you know what? Let's upgrade them to an axeman. He was not. I don't think I've even heard of this game. So, this is by Mohawk Games. So, I don't know if you played Off-World Trading Company, but this is same developers. And of course, with that in mind, this also means that it is Soren Johnson's return to the 4X genre. I think in reverse order, it was the strategy elements of Spore. Civilization 4 is lead on that, and then I believe he did some design work on Civilization 3 and did work on the AI. Again, my apologies if I get that wrong. But obviously a very, storied career. And this is, again, I think it's a really wonderful reinvigoration of the 4X genre. So it's got this nice personal element. His wife, Layla Johnson, has written all these great little vignettes. One of the things that's kind of neat is that instead of just this social planner where you kind of decide, okay, you know what, I'm going to make the country a dictatorship now. LOL, fight me. The empires are shaped quite a bit by the personalities of the people who run it. The original name for this game was 10 Crowns. And so you play this dynasty, and you'll have these events that come up, and it's if you like to do the role-playing element, you can. But I think what's really gotten my attention on this game has just been how some of the particulars of the characters that I run into wind up sort of shaping what directions I go. And so I just think when it comes down to stories, like, individuals are always much more interesting than sort of faceless empires. And so it's a really neat touch. I think the other thing that I've been really struck by on this is how many of these improvements feel like things that should have always been part of the genre, but obviously haven't been. So needless to say, I am very impressed, and I'm having a great time with it. Okay, Sipar. Sipar produced Maceman. I'm short on resources, so at this point, let's give them I'm going to give them the treasury for the culture, then the forum. And I believe we're out of orders, so unless I want to be spending training, which I couldn't afford anyway, we'll end the year and see what the future brings. All right, this is rather important information because these guys are probably going to be heading towards us. Queen Consort Amelia Claudia has acquired the new trait Builder. So let's just take a quick look here and see if we can talk with the Romans yet. 1 year before we can try and make peace. I'm just going to run ahead and see. So again, I'm not visible because I'm in the woods, but I do want a pretty clear idea of what I'm going to be up against if it comes down to it. All right. Let's not stand on ceremony. Let's start the war stuff. This is one where I think I'd be, what I should have done. I should have. Can afford the force march, but yeah, let's go for it. So I'm just kind of hoping for the brute strength to carry us through. Oh yeah, this isn't gonna work. I need a lot more firepower. All right. So I'm kind of committed to taking Ostia. So we're going to do the best, but I want to see what kind of damage these guys wind up with before I commit too heavily. What I may wind up doing is withdrawing the Macemen to heal them up and just let the archers do some bombarding from these hills. But I'm assuming that given the fact that the capital is nearby, I'm gonna guess that they're probably not just gonna sit there and wait for me to invade. But we'll see what this engagement produces. All right. As for next unit, again, I kind of need to bring them. In, so we'll do whatever chip damage we can on our enemies. Again, I probably should be focusing on one target over another, but now learning learning a little bit about the siege. Oh, you know what? I also probably got a river crossing. Yeah. I should have gone out and around. Well, we'll think about that next round. I wasn't even thinking because of the fog of war. I could not have chosen a worse place to attack. All right, Axeman. This is a big deal. I already wasted all my movement points, though, so we'll have to wait. Actually, you know what? If I undo, let's give... Oh, unit must be level 2. Okay. I think I closed my possibilities for adding generals. Well, that's fine. We'll move them ahead and see what comes up. The Kassite nobility has become overly familiar with you to a degree that the other families find it unseemly. At a recent feat, the Kassites' leadership greets you informally and seats themselves first at the royal table. The other families turn to you to issue a rebuke. What do you do? So, gently remind the Kassites of decorum. Because I am gracious, I gain XP without causing any offense. How you doing, Kmagun? I think you were here the last time we were playing Old World, if I'm not mistaken. We could reprimand them, so that will bring them back into a negative view, or let the slight go unpunished. Now, I can afford the reduction in opinion from the Chaldeans and the Amorites, but in this case here, I might as well take advantage of my gracious nature to smooth things over. So let's see what the next turn brings. We've now dealt with the Numidians for the time being. I believe if we were to try and negotiate peace, yeah, we would need the 200 military. So you picked up the game and even streamed it last night. Pretty fun. Excellent. I should mention, if you bought it off of that affiliate link, which if you guys don't mind, I will take a moment to plug right here, you should have a refund coming to you because the game is 25% off currently. If you didn't get that, I would All right. Well, I'll make them. Yeah, I'll make the most of this. But now any hope of taking Ostia is gone. Actually, you know what? Let's try and go for the truce. Let's also not be foolish about it and make sure that we get as many units as we can in the area. All right. Definitely want to give him something to think about in Neapolis. I feel like I shouldn't be pulling archers away from what is such an obvious threat. But being able to soften up Neapolis early on is a little too tempting. Again, if I can get something free, so there's one of two things. Either one, this helps my negotiations because they know that they're on the verge of losing a city. Or two, you know, in reply for losing these units that I want, I'm at least able to gain some territory. So, change of studies. We've heard reports that Duke Kudur Anil struggles with his tactics training. Perhaps we should explore educating him in philosophy instead. So we could leave him but hire a better tutor, or switch. Yeah, we will switch the topic. And then, okay, so Mari's building a forum. Oh, I do want to build an axeman, but oh, hang on, we can build a war elephant. It's 15 years, but who builds the fastest unit? Okay, first of all, who's not building a unit? Then who builds the fastest? So I gotta buy some iron if I want that. Okay, we'll definitely start an axeman next turn. I think at this point I kind of need to have everyone producing military units until the war is sort of definitively settled. A gifted inventor in Babylon has risen to national prominence, capturing the interest of the court. How shall we employ this remarkable individual? So we could say as a thinker and a scientist, we get an additional great scientist, or as a military engineer. I think we'll do great soldier on this one. Partly just because I don't have one, and also partly because we are at war, and it's possible that the Egyptians may declare war on me as well. I wonder... Yeah, we don't have... Right. Making connections. An emissary arrives from Egypt. We are prepared to arrange a research agreement with the leadership of Babylonia. What sort of deal are you proposing? So we could enter into a substantial deal for the exchange of ideas. So that will improve opinions. Trade boost. Talks broke down when we offered only a small deal and we're now at war. Yep, and actually it looks like Egypt's paying civics for that too, so... Oh no, sorry, that's tribute to us, I believe. Or for us. Yeah. But we get the science, so... A farm, huh? Couldn't hurt. So again, I'm trying to connect these to the capital. It'll also help the movement of my units. So in this case, I think I'm going to make these guys sleep, as long as they keep giving me the information about the Numidians. Looks like the Persians have got this sewn up. It would be better if I can get on... Yeah. So this will give me the important information about if anything's coming from Capua. I'm assuming all of the units from Capua wound up in Rome. Or near Rome, rather. But with that in mind... Oh, hello! This guy's gonna get punched. And then for some reason I canceled machinery, which I didn't mean to do. I think it was just because I clicked that button. All right. It's looking grim. I'm going to assume that we're down the macemen for sure. I'm just hoping we don't get too much damage to the archers too. Yeah, they're done. We completed the Legacy Control 6 archives. Our people have suffered greatly in the ongoing conflict. All of the gold we spend on war could be spent here in Babylonia. Perhaps it is time for a truce with Rome. Accept our gift to end the war. No hard feelings. Let's call it off. We are the superior power and demand tribute. So let's say no hard feelings. Let's call it off. A gruff diplomat arrives from Rome, formally denying our request. We will need to explore other ways to influence the Romans. Definitely don't want to spend money ending this. So I want to see... I should be focusing on doing the maximum damage to these units. That or just outright retreating, but I'm at least going to get the starting chip damage in. Alright, so we're really committed to this thing. So obviously this time I'll make sure I'm not crossing the river. Yeah, this is currently not... Oh, so I actually have to hold the city. It'd be tempting to just kind of run around and take Capua, but I think at that point that's when they start sieging Mari. These barbarians also make me quite nervous. So what I'm going to do here... Ah, crap. I'm going to ignore them and hope for the best. Alright, Babylon. I think we said we were going to build axemen here. Sipar. Yeah, archers, just because... at this point I'm picking stuff that I can afford. Mari. God, what do I want you for? War elephants. Can I afford 50? It's 335. That definitely clears out half of my treasury, but yeah, we're buying a war elephant. It'll take us forever, but... A royal birth! Your heart swells with joy as you gaze down upon your newborn son, Duke Miram. This is a momentous occasion. How should we celebrate the royal birth? We can collect gifts from the noble families, 440 gold. Send commemorative coins to all nobles. Now, this is actually a pretty big deal, right? Being able to get the families to like me is a big deal. Now, present the baby to an adoring public. Culture is sort of my highest priority right now. Road to Heaven. A procession of ragged Carthaginian holy men enters the capital, searching for a sign of their divine masters. These seekers wish to prove their worthiness, and they hope to study under our holiest advisors. Shall we share our spiritual secrets? So, sacred teachings are free to all. This would give Carthage monasticism, or they will understand when we are ready. Nope, in this case I want higher opinion with someone who's currently at war with my enemy. All right, we've got the road. This is a salt mine, right? Yeah. So that's added culture for the city. It's a little bit risky for this scout, but all right. So I'm gonna make them sleep. And I'm gonna put these guys right next to Rome. I really want to see what they're up to. It looks like they're all clustered here. Again, it's definitely much more than I can handle, but it is also worth remembering that these are spearmen, so these are not as strong as some of the other stuff that I can field. The question is whether or not I can get people in position in time. Okay, I think the time has come for me to start building a road between Nipper and Borsippa. And have this guy on sleep. So again, I'd love to extend out to this territory that the barbarians own, but honestly, this is making me feel pretty nervous because obviously I've taken all of my military units and I put them towards the war with the Romans, and there really aren't any settlements nearby other than the ones that they're like. It's my settlements that they're going to be ripping apart. So let's see how my archers fare. Ah. So they're not committing. That's interesting. Whoa! I thought I was invisible. News has arrived abroad that Queen Hatshepsut, the wise of Egypt, is dead. A new ruler, Queen Neferure of New Egypt, has taken the throne. Tabin Ishtar the merchant tutors Prince Nebuchadnezzar. Additional discipline. Okay, first things first. Scouts running away. Now, given what we know, I am definitely going to take this opportunity to rain death on the Romans. And in fact, this would normally be a really good opportunity for me to take the archer and so I would kind of want to take the archer and add them here just so I can start taking out some more Roman units. But I do want to melee. Well. Yeah, see, it's super tempting to try and take cap. No, you know what? It might be, but I'm going to keep someone in Neapolis. If I march... Yeah, it's worth it. Studies complete. Kudur Enil, the young heir, has returned from his philosophy studies. He would like to retain a tutor for additional training. What shall be the focus of his continuing education? So he can learn how to spread knowledge to others. He becomes inspired, and as a governor, he gives additional culture, or how to turn inward and self-discovery, and he will get additional growth. I do like the added culture. The added growth is also really big, but I need to pick a pick. Or sorry, I need to pick and stick with something. I'm a little worried that I might lose this, but I think spending 3 years to get a free catapult is worth it here. So, mercenary archers. A mercenary band of archers has arrived in the capital, offering its allegiance for a price. How shall we respond? 400 gold for another archer? Absolutely. Our archers are actually really helping us out here. So, and in this case... I kind of want to send them on the front lines against the Romans right away. But in this case here, they're going to start cleaning out the barbarians. Okay, worker. Right, I was going to get you to build a road to Nipper. And I think that's all for the year. I'm really interested in the moves that they're making here. They definitely seem oriented towards protecting them, which makes sense. It is true that I'm actually failing to seal the deal on a lot of these attacks. It's a little aggressive, but again, I want to see what I can do in terms of raining down death on individual units. If these guys try any funny business, we're obviously going to be able to wipe them out. So, but yeah, the big worry that I have is that they spend so much time healing that they're going to eventually be able to overwhelm me. All right. So this looks like that's ours now. That's actually quite tempting. So what we'll do here is we'll make a quick run on Capua. And then see if we can sort of end run around I don't think we'll be able to sack Rome, but definitely being able to bring a strong melee unit in while my archers are boxing them in on Ostia, that's a pretty big improvement. And then on top of that, in the worst case scenarios, I'm basically able to earn a little more time as I develop more and stronger units. So, for instance, here I'm able to deal with the barbarians at a little more leisurely pace, and then each year that goes by, I'm able to, get macemen and whatnot. Speaking of, we'll run you to the front line. It would have been nice if I could turn him into a actually. So if I undo. If I could upgrade him to an axeman, but that's going to cost 50 iron, and I don't really have the time for it. So one big thing is the more these guys cluster up like this, the maceman does flanking damage, whereas, attacks forward at 25. So if they're isolated, then the archers pick them off, and if they're clustered up, then the macemen sort of whack away at them. And then the axemen, 25 strength in melee combat versus infantry. So these guys are the spear killers. Right, Neapolis has got to build something. I can get him to build a catapult, but that doesn't seem to be the smartest choice. Actually, what city? I guess... I'm just trying to think who would the owning family be. We'll do a worker for start. This is partly just kicking the can down the road. All right, so it says Babylonia owns. Oh, interesting. So I could gift this to a family. I will for the production bonuses, but let's make sure I actually get to keep it. All right, Akkad has production. Again, I'm really short on resources, so I need to be thoughtful. Archer would be huge, but I don't have the wood for it, and I'm not going to have the wood for a while. Game is recommending a catapult, but I'll get a free catapult in 3 turns. So I'm going to do treasury first, and then a forum. And then Nipper. We're already at everything level 2. Again, I really like the culture bonuses that come from treasuries, so choose a city family. Ah, there we go. So Neapolis. So what am I going to want? So for elephants, we built a camp. And for horses, we build a pasture. And there is a mine. Yeah, that's it. In this case, I'm going to make it a Kassite city because of the camp for the elephants. And it's also because the mine is a silver mine. So as nice as it is to have the money, it's not the most exciting. It's not the most exciting thing I can get. Whereas elephants give me extra orders and whatnot. Oh. I hope it. Yeah, there we go. And it doesn't seem to piss anybody off, so that's also good. Dark Omens, your newborn Duchess Lamassani arrives in the dead of night during a howling rainstorm. Mystics of the court view this event as a very bad omen, and they warn us of coming turmoil. What should we do? Excuse me. We can sacrifice cows to our chief god. We have a very large surplus of food, so that's not too bad of a problem. If I do nothing, mere superstition that makes the happiness fall, and then build a great ritual fire to ward off evil. Lumber is very precious for us, so sacrifice cows to the chief god seems to be the right call here. Philosophy studies. Now that Nebuchadnezzar has completed his study of philosophy, how shall he contribute to the court? What role best suits Nebuchadnezzar? So, builder, industrious planner, and taskmaster. Well, this seems appropriate. So can add urban tiles, multiple workers can build improvements, all cities minus 50% train time for... Sorry, all cities minus 50% train time for workers can serve as governor or chancellor, plus 3 discipline, or scholar, a beacon of knowledge and culture. We pretty much have all had scholars, so I kind of wanted to do builder, but the thing is, I actually think this is more helpful in my current situation. So, a tiny favor. Several officers of the Persian military appear before the court with a message. Our mighty ruler, Cambyses, the learned, suggests that you share with us your most effective metalworking secrets. Sharing this knowledge will show your willingness to cooperate with us. Nice empire. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. Persia can be trusted with our secrets. They gain the Axeman technology. Ooh, a minus 60% or a minus 60 opinion. Some knowledge is best kept to ours. I do want the extra research, but the Axeman is really what's keeping me alive. We can send wine to Persia, though, and that will at least bring things back up. Air education. Time passes quickly, and you still remember the birth of Prince Nebuchadnezzar? The other Nebuchadnezzar? Oh, crap! I did that wrong. Yes, I actually should have made him the other one, because it's the... I didn't check to see who it was. He will check philosophy. I really like this research I'm getting. Wisdom literature. A royal tutor, Alitium the Minister, wishes to record her teachings for posterity. They would take the form of relatable stories meant to impart valuable lessons. She calls this project wisdom literature. Is this wise use of our scribes, or should Alitium the Minister be focused on other matters? So her lesson should be heeded by all, which will give me 100 civics, or scribes are too valuable to waste. I mean, one of my factions, the Amorites, would be happy with that. But yeah, I think 100 civics is the right call here. Obviously, the civics are going to be deciding what I can actually accomplish. So we could be doing better for wood. So again, I'd love to be building some urban buildings where, well, see, yeah, this is the big problem, right? If I keep saying, well, we should be building some urban buildings, it doesn't really matter until I actually put them down. But I do need raw materials. So with heavy heart, I build another lumber mill. Okay, you wanted to build a road. I'll start with a mine, because we definitely need the iron for the axemen. And this scout could heal, so, but I don't have the orders, so we'll limp him back home a little bit, but it's going to take a while, I think. All right, that's the year. Let's see how they handle my archers. All right, so they kind of run off. That makes sense. The Kassite family has converted to Manichaeanism. So the way I'm thinking about this is we find as many people as we can to pummel these spearmen. So I suspect what they're going to be doing is taking the spearmen from here and moving them against these archers. So we'll pass for him. Again, it's important to deal with the barbarians as I can. This maceman should give me some decent intel. Deeper meaning. Palace servants often find Queen Consort Aemilia Claudia walking among the gardens, openly pondering questions of life, mortality, and desire. One day, she asks if she may take lessons with one of her court philosophers. How shall we accommodate? We could spend 480 for a master philosopher. In this case, so I'm a little unhappy that my wife will be unhappy with me because I don't buy her a philosopher. But we are at a war with her people, and I need to hire mercenaries. I'm sure you understand, honey. All right. Again, we're going to build the road to Nipper. Now, this isn't actually going to connect us to the capital. We still need the other shoe to drop for that, but I'm trying to make some progress. Again, iron is our main advantage right now, so I want to build as many mines as it will let me. And I want this guy within my borders so that he can start healing and then spy on the enemy again. I'm a little disappointed that I don't have more to do with my orders, but it's not terrible that I'm going to get a sudden influx into the treasury. So let's see what the Romans do, as always. King Kuriglazu the Enlightened has gained experience. We could make our wisdom even higher. We could become bloodthirsty or a Highlander. Well, he's not really going to be leading. He's not really going to be leading armies, so we'll upgrade his wisdom. We've got our free catapult now, so it's recommending theology. We can get temples, tolerance, and orthodoxy. But our ambition says to enact elite, so I'm going to do coinage first. Monotheism or polytheism? Is there one spirit with many faces or a single divine entity? Our mystics wish to know if the truth lies with monotheism or polytheism. What does the court suggest? Cities can build unlimited shrines, or state religion cities can get an additional order per year. See, normally I would say unlimited shrines is a really good bonus, but I have an answer to getting rid of all of the shrines. So, invite pilgrims to our holy cities. We believe in one God. Court merchants have arrived from Egypt with an offer of trade. They believe that our nations would grow and prosper from improved negotiations. What is our response? We will pay gold for political favors. So we empty our treasury for additional civics. We'll pay gold for additional training. It's a heavy price, but man, that'll really help me out. For now, we prefer not to trade. I feel a bit bad about doing that, but I feel like having the option with my money is rather important. I forgot, can we fire things at the bad guys? Capua doesn't count as friendly territory. Huh. They're not that damaged, but they're also a really high priority unit for me, so I kind of want them coming in at full strength. I don't want them to get sworn. Well, see, things are going to be kicking off soon, though, so... Hey, No Virtue! Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome, all of you. Now, I gotta warn you, the reason why this stream is called The Emperor's New Training Wheels is I played this a couple days before the early access release, and the main focus on this one, and I might be failing in the goal, but was to basically say, okay, we're going to take everything, we're going to take all of the information that the game gives us, and we're going to say, how do you learn a game like this from the start? And so we're playing on the easiest difficulty, and this is really just kind of tooling around to see how stuff works. But this is a really interesting game. Do you have any interest in this game, No Virtue, out of curiosity? Because I know you're a huge Stellaris streamer, both in terms of overall influence as well as, like, that's a thing that you like playing a whole lot. But I have a feeling you'd probably quite like Old World. For those of you who do not know... Oh, you're just playing it for fun a second ago. That is what do you think of it, out of curiosity? Yeah, for those of you who don't know No Virtue is an extremely talented Stellaris player. I know she will say, "Oh, I'm not that good," and that it's all relative, right? It's depending on how you look at it. I mean, somebody has to be the best at some point, but how you determine that is entirely beyond me. But one of the things that's really big about No Virtue is that she is a lot faster at getting through the game. She is very good at sort of making quick decisions. She likes the challenge. But that doesn't stop her from sort of being able to interact with people and what's the best way to put it? Like, keep the action going and play the game at a high level. So for those of you who like the Monday Stellaris streams, very, very high recommendation there. Actually, has also participated on some of the Paradox events, which is really exciting to see. But yeah, on top of that, if you just like strategy games in general, I think No Virtue has a really interesting channel and does a really good job with it. So it's like Crusader King Civilization Warlock 2 at a 3-way mix, and this was the result. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, I've never actually played Warlock 2, but that was I think one of the things that I like the most about this is the individual focus, because I don't know if this is your experience of it. I was saying this a little bit earlier, where like I'll play Civilization and, it's always in the back of the head that, I kind of know that I'm a social planner, and, if the country becomes a dictatorship, it's because I have willed it to be so. And that's fine. But what I really like about this one is because of this individual focus, one, it makes for much more interesting stories. Because again, like, yes, you can tell big, grand stories on, about major themes and whatnot. But the fact of the matter is we usually care about people and, the circumstances that they're faced with. And so, all of the little events, I think it was Layla Johnson that's written most of these, I think add a lot of flavor to the game. But then on top of that, I've actually tended to find that my empires really do sort of shift based on the personalities. And I think that's maybe something that's missing in 4X games, that you might have these great legendary hero-style characters like in Age of Wonders, but in the end, they're maybe not making governing decisions, and you don't see the shape of the empire be affected by the personality traits so much as they are inside of Old World. So it's really interesting to see how this stuff works out, and I've enjoyed it. I am kind of looking forward to bumping up the difficulty on this one, because I definitely feel that I made some very foolish decisions, and I wasn't punished too harshly for them. But it's, sometimes it's nice to go to Disneyland. Also, I don't know if you're a modder at all, but I was really excited to see how moddable all of this is. Like, everything's in XML, and they have tools for making events and whatnot, so. Also, not to be too mercenary about it, I don't think No Virtue has an Epic link, but obviously if you are coming from No Virtue's channel and she does have an Epic link, obviously please don't do it on my account. But for those of you who are thinking of picking up the game, it is currently 25% off, and if you use that link there, I do get a portion of the purchase. So not only do you get it on a good discount. For me, I'm Canadian, so it's about $10 off with the 25%, but it's also a way of tossing a little bit towards the stream. But obviously, please do not take that as a major request. I would be much happier if Mohawk gets supported in general, and if I get a little bit of it, so much the better. You've never tried to mod anything. We're probably very similar in that response then. This is kind of the first, I had one idea for a Stellaris mod, which I might do. But I'm actually really, maybe not really bad at, but like I really tend to, looks like they want to, yeah. They got the drop on me. I am now known as the good. This will be painful. I'm going to go for the bold plays. All right, we've already moved those ones. So at least I got to take out a unit. It's possible they'll try and mob me. They're definitely going to use their archers on the axes. But anyways, yeah, sorry. So I tend not to mod games a whole lot. I tend to just enjoy them on their own. But when I started taking, I think it's because of the story events, and I have a lot of ideas for story events. This is one of the first ones where I was sort of like, I might wanna try and do something with this. Okay, obviously I'm going to be a bit lower on orders, seeing as I did just use a whole lot to send the Axeman in. I'd love to have these guys on the Ostian front. You need to reduce how far units move in this because it's way too easy to kill units by just Leroy Jenkinsing a unit. Yes. I mean, I'm assuming it kind of goes one way there. I will say, like, there is one thing about the order system that I quite like where you're right, like, you can Leroy Jenkins it, but obviously you have to have enough orders to make it meaningful, and it's very easy to get out of position. One thing I do like is that, like in Stellaris and in Civilization, if you've got a big sprawling empire and your units are in the wrong spot, like you wind up in, you know, in a really difficult situation. a bit about how, what their intentions were versus how players are actually going to be interacting with them. Now, that doesn't mean that players shouldn't give feedback. They're really good, but the solutions that get developed are sometimes a bit different from what what the immediate the immediate answer might be. I am kind of tempted to build this catapult here for the ingenuity. I don't think I need to, but it does save me the iron. So, all right, I got to pick a family for Capua. I forgot to see what was in the area though. So, oh crap! I'm gonna want to give this to the Kassites, but they're gonna get mad if I. Huh? Actually, they won't. All right, Kassite, it is. Of course, no virtue. I'm actually going to... Oh, wait, I don't have my browsers up, so... Returning a favor. Envoys from Carthage return to the capital, hoping to repay our favor. They have given us a choice of rewards from their finest traders. Rare polished stone, which think I'm gonna try. I think I'm gonna try for the truce again. The big question, of course, is what happens if, like, do I want to try and spend money to bring that truce in, or do I want to? Do I just want to say let's call it a draw? Okay, pretty much have to go Axeman here. I could spend 3 citizens. Interesting possibility. All right. Again, iron mines are my new favorite just because of the, you know, the shortages for the axemen. I guess this was where I was heading out for the road. I will still build the road, but I will build mines and whatnot as well. This worker was on their way to connect these two. Right, and I think I said I had to come up with a useful thing for this guy to do. I'm a little nervous about where the barbarians are, but... Alright, let's see what the new year brings. No, they want to go hard on the Axeman. It's not a... Yeah. Yep, I got baited. A truce proposal. Our people have suffered greatly in the ongoing conflict. All the gold we spend on war could be spent here in Babylonia. Perhaps it's time for a truce with Rome. Let's say accept our gift and end the war. I think I could still take Ostia. The Romans will gladly accept tribute from us, as our nations will move forward together. Yes, we will accept the truce. The truce we're accepting. So I mean, it's a little gold. I'm not crazy about it, but what it's going to buy me are a few turns to wipe out the Numidians, and then just kind of get the settlements on these barbarians. So effectively, what we're doing is we're taking the opportunity to make ourselves the strongest power, and make sure that we're not caught unawares like last time. Also, a chance to just build up a bunch of things like barracks and whatnot, get our training rates up, and just in general become a much more fearsome opponent. So, obviously I feel bad about giving the Romans money, but I don't need to be proud. Alright, this worker, yeah, I think I'm going to continue on the pattern that I said before. We'll build mines, we'll build roads. I'll consolidate some of my gains in terms of things like Capua and Neapolis. Also, this is a nice opportunity for me to sort of scout out the area in terms of the Romans, see what kinds of... do barracks deter men... No, Falcon Biga. The advantage of the barracks... let me... Well, actually, I can give you one example right now. So, this is a range. So, there's a cost for it. But there's also an advantage. So it gives bonus training, basically. I wonder if it'll tell me... Yeah, it doesn't give me enough of a breakdown. Let me pick one of my workers. So if I put down barracks... So it says urban building. It costs -2 iron per year. It gives an additional 20% for training. Plus 20 XP per year for idle melee units. And it enables the officer. So the 20 XP a year for idle melee units is pretty nice. It kind of gives you a reason to have these units sitting around doing stuff. Now, obviously, I want to send them to take out the Numidians first. The reason why I feel a little cautious saying no right away is that there are a couple of things that you can do as far as your units are concerned. So, for instance, if I wanted, I could rush the Axemen, and as long as I had certain upgrades, I'd be able to spend 390 of the training, or I'd be able to spend civics or money or citizens or something like that. So in a way, the training, being able to adjust the training rate with the barracks does sort of help that, but it helps it in an indirect way. What it does do, though, is it lets you kind of let your idle unit sit there and passively generate some experience, and then on top of that, you get some bonuses towards your production and whatnot as well. But the speed at which you'll gain units, let me see if I can give you an example of this Axeman. Oh, actually, sorry. What am I saying? No, they do, but it's under the... Sorry, I should have been a lot more thoughtful in how I said that. Yes, it affects it in terms of the number here, but obviously you can gain training from other sources as well. My apologies. I should have been a little more clear on that. So, sorry. Barracks improve this training rate, this training value. This training value can be used to rush. This training value can also be used in production. So used to train military units, unused training goes into national stockpile, which can be used to promote and upgrade units. Increase training by building barracks and ranges. So much in the same way that building a farm will improve food, it will. So yeah, that was a really crappy answer that I gave you, and I hope that clarifies things a lot more. It's a subtler effect, and you may be able to get the training from somewhere else. But yes, a barracks will improve your ability to generate certain units, but then so would a range. And so the question is, what do you want your ancillary units to be? Well, not necessarily, right? Because if you look at the units that have been making the most damage, it's my archers. So in my case, I'd actually want to have more ranges because they give me the exact same improvements that the barracks does, right? Barracks will cost me iron, a range will cost me wood. So in this particular case, a range would be a really good thing for me to build in Akkad because I'd be able to get these guys buffed. I'd still be building units faster. And then there's the Kassite family, which gives bonuses towards training, and the ranged units also give sniping bonuses and whatnot. So I can't really see barracks being more overpowered compared to other military training units. I think that was kind of where I was trying to go with that. But I was definitely not articulate in it, so I apologize. All right, let's get my scout. I want to see what's going on with the Numidians. These ones I'm not as worried about because it looks like the settler is going to just ninja this location. Well, I think I have a way of handling that, actually. But I now have a place for this settler to go, so... I kind of want to make sure that some of my other units have been taken care of before I start moving all of them. Young and impetuous Nebuchadnezzar is constantly fighting and wrestling with the children of palace servants. It is time for him to harness all that extra energy. Kureglazu will train him in the art of combat. What style of fighting should he emphasize? Attacking your opponent relentlessly until he submits, bonuses towards siege, or carefully picking apart your opponent's weaknesses. It's much more likely that he's going to be a governor, so we will go for vigilance. Walls. A great scientist from the Persians' court of Cambyses has come to us seeking assistance with a project. She would like to construct high protective walls like ours, but she lacks some of the fundamental knowledge. Shall we share these discoveries with Persia? I think being able to be on better terms with them would not hurt, and I'm not that worried about wall. I mean, the fact of the matter is I really don't want to go to war with Persia because it says that they are quite strong. I am definitely one of the weaker states as far as the game's measurements are concerned. But I have a couple of ideas about how I can sort of rearrange that. So the first priority is I want to try and claim the remaining city sites. Now would not be a bad time to sort of stop and smell the roses and see where all of this is going. So the barbarians are pain. Being able to seize these sites for myself is nice. I'll be able to generate some more resources as a result of that. On top of that, Some peace will also give me a chance to start building up my military again and to prepare for a campaign against the Romans. It seems to me that the Romans are the most logical, sort of the most logical opponent. I don't know if it tells me the number of settlements that they have. I suppose I can infer it from the number here. They're at 5, of which I can only see 2 right now, so that's maybe worth noting. But basically, the nice thing right now is that the majority of sort of barbarian forces in the area, they're all really easy for me to grab. It's really just a matter of me building enough settler units to be able to accomplish that. So one, that's kind of an investment in my growth, and then number 2, I'm going to be able to leverage some of that into building a more fearsome force. I'm going to be able to get some intelligence about what the Romans are currently up to. I'm curious if they're still at war with the. Nope. And are they at war with Carthage? Yes, they are. So I might have caused Carthage a little bit of grief in the fact that the Romans are now able to focus on them. But again, if I can get myself in a better position, especially negating some of these river crossing bonuses, and particularly if I can get some more melee units on the ground, seeing as I did just lose an axeman and a maceman to the Romans in rather foolish ways, that'll help me out in the long run. Obviously, I don't want to wait so long, though, because if I wait too long, then the Romans wind up getting some technological upgrades. They blunt my edge in terms of having stronger units. But I see the general strategy I see in future turns will be siege down Ostia with 2 catapults and some archers. We should be able to take it relatively quickly. That lets us focus on Roma, and as long as I've got a pretty strong front line, I don't see us having too much difficulty. Okay, again, I want to prioritize workers before I do anything else, but I'm pretty sure we're settled there. So now we're going to start focusing on our neighbors. The way I kind of see it is the money that I paid in tribute. Admittedly, it's a monthly amount, but that's bankrolling the expansion that we'll be doing here. I'm now known as the Wise. Also, a really important thing to keep in mind is my ambition is to kill 10 enemy units. So I want to... Oh, Stratature, thank you very much for that host. I also want to get that ambition done as quickly as I can. So, King Kuriglazu the Good, you is no longer in mourning. Okay, so as usual, the archer pokes the bad guys. We're just out of range. I don't really want to spend points on closing the distance. At this point, I should probably be making sure I'm properly investing in my... All right, where are we? Babylon. Okay. So actually, here's not a bad example about how I might want to think about my construction and whatnot. Oh. So in Babylon, it's got some of the highest training, but it's also got some of the highest growth. So there's a few directions that I might want to go, right? I might want to build some of the specialists. Babylon is a Amorite city, and I think Amorite has bonuses for urban specialists, right? So I don't believe we have any urban centers yet, which is kind of a problem for me. So 4 years for a settler isn't a really long time to wait. I think I'm going to do it. I wouldn't normally do this with the capital. And then it feels like we're not really doing enough with civics. So I am going to invest in the forum. Although this is the point I should maybe be considering an axeman. Okay, Neapolis are one of the prizes we got from the war. Manichaean Disciple. Can build Manichaean Monastery, Temple, Cathedral. Yes. It's tempting. I think let's do the same investments we've done before. Let's make sure that we're getting archives and forums and whatnot to maintain our technological advantage. Nipper. Nipper's got pretty weak training. So yeah, I've definitely underinvested in barracks. Let's get you... Yeah, we'll build another forum. Ambassador Sin Mubalit has gained experience, so we could do additional courage, additional discipline. I actually think I'm going to give him the courage just because of the barbarian opinion. Marriage offer. To the court's surprise, is a marriage proposal has arrived from the Scythians, Prince Nebuchadnezzar and Aletum the Scythium. How shall we respond? So we lose legitimacy for that. Not this time. Philosophy studies. Now that Prince Nebuchadnezzar has completed his study of philosophy, how shall he contribute to the court? What role best suit? Now this is the person who will potentially inherit the kingdom. So, let's make him a judge. So, I'm trying to think of the thing that might make him an effective governor. I still have not done phalanx. Oh yes, have I researched elites yet? This is an important question. I don't remember which one it was that gave me... Yes, we did. We got coinage. Okay. So there's a bit of an argument for saying I should start cleaning out some of the stuff that's holding me back. Definitely being able to build libraries is a pretty big deal. Yeah, let's do the phalanx. I'm not excited about it, but... Alright, war demand. Sudden arrival of envoys from Carthage causes disorder in the court. Their ruler, Elissa, demands that we take up arms against war. Babylonia will not be told who to attack. We could bribe them. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reevaluate my diplomatic stances in a bit, but for now I think we'll live with it. This is a little risky for my settler, but I'm somewhat confident we'll be able to clear out the barbarians before this becomes a problem. Now, let's focus on growth as a start. So again, the Kassites get, I am going to focus on the elephants because of the Kassite bonus. So that's a camp. Basically, the output from this camp will be higher than building the pasture. So I'm starting with that. Then I'll take the available resources and then we'll put a little more thought into how I want to build the rest of this settlement. Who is the next unit? Scout, interesting, but do I really not have any more workers? Thought so. And we did build the road. Okay, so now we need to start thinking about how I want to develop this area. So this place definitely needs a camp. This was unfortunately destroyed by the barbarians, so this is a great example of why I was very foolish to underinvest in my military at the start. Also, we've really not been building wonders, which I need to get back on top of. We've got 12 moves left, so I feel comfortable enough moving the scouts. But I suppose the question now is, how am I going to clean out the riffraff? Let's move the most remote units first. And I believe that is it for the year. I might also want to consider doing the tech for the Spy Master. One thing you have learned from watching this is that you are terrible at this game. I mean, I'm not playing particularly well right now. The main point on this one has just been about saying, because I mean, again, this is the easiest difficulty, right? This is designed for me to say, hey, I'm going to try out a couple of things on here and see what the consequences are. I feel that my city improvements are a complete mess. My military emphasis was completely off balance on the opening turns, and I paid for that with so the fact of the matter is that, let's say, even with 5 years of planning under the previous ruler, I would have been in a position where I at the very least would have been adding Ostia to my territory. But that's why modes like this exist. Like, this one is a chance for me to say, I'm just going to mess around and I'm going to get a feel for the sort of stuff that I feel comfortable doing. And on top of that, I make a small mental note each time that I do something that I feel wasn't necessarily in my best interest. And what that, kind of the consequence of that, is when I move up to a higher difficulty, which is I'm hoping to do in a future. I kind of like to do this to the end, but the hope is that I'm going to be able to turn those lessons into saying, like, okay, now I'm going to try against something that I feel is a little bit closer to where I feel I'm at the game. And I'm going to see whether or not some of the things I prefer to do are still effective when I'm confronted with a balanced opponent, let's say. But I don't know. I think part of the fun of this is just kind of kicking the tires and seeing how everything works. So, my son Prince Nebuchadnezzar is barely able to contain his excitement. He made several wise business investments with city merchants, and his profits far exceeded his expectations. Wanting to please you, Prince Nebuchadnezzar asks how he should use this windfall. So our cities overflow with poor and hungry. We lose 220 wealth, but he becomes gracious. Or you should keep the fruits of your own labor, and he becomes greedy. So we'll spend the money in order to give him some positive traits. Before I do the research, let's keep punching the bad guys. I'm going to move the axemen up first. That's going to be so I can surround them with archers. So the hope is that we minimize the damage the axeman takes. Oh, they want to sneak this territory away from me right away. Okay, so that's not enough to seal the deal. So I gotta make sure that the settler's right ready to swoop in and take this back. Alright, so before we go any further, the barbarians were sort of my high priority. Oop. I think I'm going to do the cheap tech again. But I also need to make sure, I'm pretty sure I can't fulfill my ambition until next turn. I think it's going to cost me 400 for the elites. Yes. I'm not actually going to be getting the benefits from that anytime soon, but... again, I just want to make sure there aren't any workers that are being neglected. Nope. So part of this is just finding all those tasty Roman cities to take over. By the way, guys, I don't mean to position myself as an expert or anything, but for those of you who do have some questions about Old World, obviously there have been a few in chat, but especially if you guys are not sure whether or not this thing is for you, I'm very enthusiastic about the game, but I definitely want to do my best in terms of communicating to people whether or not it's something that they might like. So if you have any questions or you'd like to hear some opinions of the game, I'd be very happy to share them. I'm also actually at the time that I would normally finish the stream, but we did make it to the end of Persia has begun construction of the Oracle. Drat. All right. Start with the archers. We've completed the ambition, kill 10 enemy units. So, oh, I'm not going to be able to build. Oh, yes, I can. So in this case, I'm going to found a Chaldean city. One for the lumber mills, but also because I feel like that will help balance out the opinions a little bit. Yeah, get out of my territory. The Numidians, again, are the higher priority for my conquests, but I need to make sure that I've got settlers produced, so Babylon will have those in 2 turns. Yeah, this is really just me grabbing toys. One thing you are not sure you like is that it seems that the AI are always directly on top of you at the very start. Rome started on the opposite side of the map, and they're still directly on top of your start city. Are you mean like, are you saying like in terms of proximity, like you mean on top of you as in you don't have any room to sort of like maneuver, or do you mean like it feels like when you go to war there's just like an infinite number of units that are coming to murder you? What I want to do now is I want to get these units in friendly territory and healing if possible. The other thing I'd like to do is start assigning some generals. Again, let me just make sure I don't have any workers that I'm neglecting. All right. Production time. So we'll build the forum first. It's also recommending a worker, and I can see why. Yeah, actually, we'll build a worker. I have a feeling that my existing workforce is going to be a bit tied up. Rome started the opposite end of your map. Within 1 turn of moving your scout, you bumped up against them. Yeah, I mean, I do feel that the way the game is set up is it does promote a lot of conflict. Like, when you play Civilization on the easiest difficulty, it is entirely possible that you will never fight a war, or if you do fight a war, like, it's not a... I've been completely neglecting these... I've been completely neglecting these roles. Like, it's entirely possible that you'll have a completely pacifist playthrough, and I feel that this game definitely encourages combat, and it encourages, like, you'll notice there's some really interesting and really specific differences inside the game, right? So when you take a look at the archer, we'll say, okay, actually I should also take the free promotions at this point. So strength, defense, fighting from a hill. Let's do Highlander. So this archer unit, right? Oh, actually, this is a bad example. Let's take the Axeman compared to the Spearman. So an Axeman has plus 25% strength in melee combat versus infantry. This would be opposed to the Phalanx, or the Spearman in this case, which has a plus 50% strength in melee combat versus mounted. Then there's attacks forward at 25. I'm not 100% sure how that works, because I would assume all attacks are forward, but I could be wrong on that. So with that in mind, like, the diversity of the troops and the positioning of the players and sort of the scarcity of the city tiles makes me feel like they're deliberately promoting conflict. But it sounds like the way you're sort of encountering that is through a somewhat negative experience, where you sort of feel like you don't have enough room to get some of your stuff done. I wonder if I should put a general on this. Wait, can I have him? Oh wait, no, that's not. Yeah, that's a different guy. Again, I'd love to, well, oh wait, I don't think I can promote either of these because they, yeah. I think I might promote one so that we can put a general on them, but yeah, I'll think about it later. Let's boost their combat. Okay, this is my new acquisition. Let's start with an archive for these guys. Then I will eventually build workers and whatnot, but I kind of feel like I might wind up in a situation where they inherit some workers from other cities. Humble request. Humble emissaries from Carthage kneel before the throne. Unable to meet your searching eye, they have come to request aid. Future generations of our people will remember your generosity. Please, we have no other place to turn. So for 240 food, which I don't have a whole lot of... Now, you know what? They're already upset, so sadly we are in no position to give aid. Guilds or elites? Merchants have petitioned the court for months over the formation, and it is now time for guilds or elites. So, the -1 to build improvements is a really big deal, and I feel a bit bad not taking it, but being able to get a lot out of urban specialists is a big deal. So what I want to be doing now is I want to be making sure that I'm doing more urban improvements to take advantage of elites. So Lineage produces the finest craftsmen. And that's another ambition down. Foreign fighters. Despite recruitment efforts, our army has been shrinking at an alarming pace. However, General Kurzigalu the Soldier, a military advisor, believes that incorporating fighters from conquered nations into the army would swell the size considerably. While the idea shows promise, our noble families may not approve. So we could say a larger army is the highest priority. We'd lose legitimacy, and the families would be unhappy with us for 20 years. It would set a dangerous precedent. So my general would be upset, my families would be happy, as well as getting additional legitimacy, or we have nothing to fear from the outside. So additional orders, gain foreign fighters in Babylon. I wish it would tell me what foreign fighters does, though. I'm not crazy about making the families unhappy with me, but let's try this because I want to see what that does. I can never remember where the foreign fighters. Oh. The tooltip doesn't know what I want to focus on. I'm going to assume that the other cities won't. Yeah. So let's see maybe if the help screen... projects... Foreign fighters, +1 unhappiness per year, +20 Okay, well, not great, but we'll work with it. I don't think that's true. Alright, I don't remember what I wanted to do with this guy. So garrison seems to make sense because of my ability to put a... Yeah, let's build a garrison. Again, there's a temptation for the barracks as well, but garrisons give me governors. Governors give me nice big bonuses. Oh, Carthage, eh? Interesting. I maybe should have been a little more willing to go to war with the Hannibal coming over the Alps. Yeah, I should have been a little more willing to go to war with the Romans because they definitely seem to be in a tough spot. So if I were to declare war, I wonder if there's like a trustworthiness hit. I'm not going to do it right away. Like, this is a great opportunity for me to get a little expansion in and find some weak spots to attack them at. So obviously we can take Ostia and then sort of run around the edge and attack them on this side of the Tiber. That's a pretty nice bonus. Well, actually, this is a hard call, right? Maybe a whole series of archers on the hills, and then my melee coming in might be another way of doing that. Yeah, we'll see. All right, he's seen as far as he can go, I suspect. So... So I can get the spare money for not moving them. Yeah. News has arrived from abroad. Queen Neferre the New of Egypt is dead. The new ruler, Queen Meresank of New Egypt, has taken the throne. King Kurigazu the Wise is now ill. He's age 50. I feel like the Egyptians didn't have their queen for that long, but... Alright, so the Numidians, I think... Yeah, they're at war with Persia. So I think they, as soon as I'm able to take this, they are out of the game. But there's a whole other issue that I have. Like, again, I need to make sure I have the settlers in place to be able to take advantage of this. And I sort of feel like I feel like claiming this is much more important because it's much less attractive for this. This is a reasonably attractive settlement for the Persians to take. This is not very attractive for the Persians to take. So I feel like clearing out this barbarian camp is more important. All right, religion. Zoroastrianism is spread to one of your cities. Religions provide culture to the cities they're in. You can choose to adopt a state religion for your nation, allowing you to guide the impact that religion has on your cities. A religion can provide me with more powerful bonuses if I invest in it. So I've been kind of waiting for this. So let's see. Okay. I guess the question is, do we want to try and found our own religion, or do we want to adopt one of the others? One way or the other, we don't have the civics for it right now, so. Naval astrologer. A court astrologer attends the birth of your new son. Demand. An entourage of grim ambassadors arrive from Egypt. They bring a message from their ruler, Meresank. She demands that we declare war against their enemy, the Thracians. Now, they are stronger, but we will not be told whom to attack. New ambition time. So we could capture 4 foreign cities. That seems pretty tough. I am planning on doing that to Rome, but Rome has 5 right now. So that's effectively saying I'm going to take out Rome. Control 2 wonders, 1 strong. This is more likely that as long as I'm able to... Oh, hang on. Strong culture. That's maybe a hard... Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm probably going to regret blowing off the Carthaginians as quickly as I did. Okay, Borsippa. I feel a little bad that I'm always just following what the game is recommending to me, but I don't actually think that's the worst way of running this stuff. Isn't he already leading? The similar names are really starting to mess with me. All right, these guys are already healed, so at this point we're sort of running out of orders. But I also, I need to make sure I've got my settler before I can do anything else. So we'll be getting a free chariot and a settler, and the bigger question would be, do I want... Yeah, I think I want to build the chariot. Well, actually, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. What's the growth rate of everyone? So that's 15.5, 12.6, 36.3, 17.6, 28... 14. Yeah, so the capital really is the best one for settlers. I think I'll just eat the lack of productivity in my capital and run with it. It's also important to note that our food rate is now negative. It's the first time it's been negative in the game. So I want to make sure that I've got a plan to get some more farms down. It's all well and good. I mean, I'm really happy with the iron and the wood and all of that we're generating. If anything, I want more wood, and some more stone wouldn't hurt. So I'm reasonably happy with the extraction of raw resources, but I do need to start thinking about urbanization. And I do need to make sure... I mean, the other thing I want to make sure is I actually want to make sure that I've got better... a little bit better In this case, I think I'm going to do treasury, then archive. You know what? I can say archive right now, then forum. And I should consider maybe building an Axeman because I have the capacity. Or I should actually maybe consider a bunch of Axemen because I have the capacity for it. Volunteers. In an act of solidarity, citizens for Borsippa are volunteering in droves. They wish to show their local pride. We can command them to work or fight. So they could say, engage in hard labor, or we should take up work. Oh yeah, we're definitely taking another Axeman. That's a nice gift. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do much with the chariot. So for future turns, here's a couple of things that I'm thinking about. Definitely more Axemen if I can afford it. Let's make sure that our culture is as high as it can be in all of our existing cities. And then I think I need to do a little bit of an audit of my workers and just see what they're up to, where they are, and some of the low-hanging fruit in terms of development. Prince Nebuchadnezzar and Princess Consort Zakiti have given birth to a daughter, Ishtar Gamilat. Actually, while I'm at it, unlawful. After days of tense private discussion, members of the Kassite family emerge with a decree. They wish for us to wage a righteous war on Rome. The Romans practice the abhorrent law of slavery, which we must no longer tolerate. The time to take up arms is at hand. Screw it. We're completely out of position on this, but Rome is weak, so... yeah. So these archers are going to get it in the throat. In fact, now might be a good time for me to move you up. It's 14. I'm going to risk it on this one just so that they can CC at least some of the units. Do I really want you making an Axeman? No. Well, let's try and get some peaceful applications. The reason I did that was, unit tactics for swordsman. It's a long wait, but I'm doing it. So yeah, the reason I'm doing it this way is that it's pretty clear that things are not going well for them against the Carthaginians. So I'm going to try and take the opportunity to at least add Ostia, and if I can add Roma, so much the better. But again, I need to be really careful in terms of placement. Like, I can't do anything with this city site right now. I can't remember if I moved it this turn or not, but it's a little too late. Okay. Horseback riding. For months, your wife has expressed an interest in mastering horseback riding. How shall we accommodate? Hire a riding master, or it's too expensive? Yeah, we'll do that. Air education. Time passes quickly. You still remember the birth of Duchess Lemasani, but she's growing up fast and eager to learn. Would you like to educate? How would you like to educate her? Let's give her commerce, because I haven't done it in a while. This is going to be really interesting to see how this turn goes. Are they completely abandoning the city? Wow. The Chancellor has gained experience. Let's give them inspired. Aspiring officer. A young officer in Mari has rapidly risen through the ranks, impressing your top generals. They see a bright future. The officer could join the court directly, or they should stay and protect Mari. Let's send them to the court. Well... Let's take advantage of the situation. So what I want to do right now, given how Rome is currently occupied, I want to move the units that are really far away into position first. So these archers, for instance, everybody's got to be moving up. Obviously, if I can get some pot shots on the Romans, so much the better, right? But yeah, again, my army's not nearly as strong as I think it is. Hello, elephant. That won't be very helpful against the spearmen, but... Oh, they're going to go for the undefended Capua, probably. Well, that's fine. Okay, if I trade Roma for Capua, I think I'll be happy with that trade. So this might tempt them to go on the attack. Oh, see, I can wipe them out. No, I can't. Okay, you get a pass. I don't have much by way of orders, but let's choose a production for Akkad. I do need another settler, but that's being produced in 1 year in Babylon. So let's focus on what matters. Let's get some archives and fora down. We're not drowning in stone, so we'll wait on that. Okay, Mari. I think similar story. Let's get some treasury so that we can get their culture up. This is my new city, so they should start with a treasury. Borsippa, they're short of forums, so we'll get... Temple hymns. A high priestess in Neapolis has risen in prominence, recording and distributing the first official hymns of of Manichaeanism. These compositions will inspire the poor and afflicted to renew their faith. Manichaean leaders have asked for our support in spreading these good works across Neapolis. So all may come to enjoy this blessing. So the families are unhappy, charge a fee for the hymns, or prioritize religion as a state goal. Oh, and we can enact orthodoxy, huh? Let's just take a quick look at what the laws screen says. So if we go for orthodoxy, state religion cities, bonus, Amorite opinion lower, tolerance. Nah, I gotta go for tolerance. So the families will be unhappy, but that's life. Let's see. So the Kassites are very unhappy. Let's get my chancellor to... Oh, but I don't have the orders, so... Trade offer. Court merchants have arrived from Carthage with an offer for trade. They believe our nations would grow and prosper from improved negotiations. What is our response? We can pay for scientific research, trade food for wise counsel. Yeah, gold for scientific research works for me. I'm really happy they're focusing on Carthage here. This lets me sneak in and take Roma. All right. Oh man, they're all running ahead of me with the wonders. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have eyes in Rome. I feel like this is a bridge too far for my... So I'll make sure I have at least one archer in the region. Damn it. I think the march will be worth it. Oh, was it ever? I'm also going to march this one because we can kill it. Having murdered your enemies, you are now known as the Noble. No, this guy's going to get mobbed by infantry. Okay, I've got 13 moves, so the elephants are going to struggle with the hills. So I'm kind of okay losing them, which is why I'm moving them in front. It's not obvious that one is better than the other, but there are more possibilities to the south that I haven't seen, so we'll move them a little further away. So let's keep this even with a Chaldean city, which means I can bring the Axemen into the adventure. All right, I've got 2 moves left. So right now I want to be making sure, at this point I'm sure I've got some workers that are sitting idle. So, this is Babylon. All right, they've got their settlers, so we're also ready to take out the Numidians. Let's start by boosting up the treasury. I feel like we've probably been underinvesting in culture. So again, I'd still like to boost up my military so that the game stops saying that that other regions are more strong than me. But we had an opportunity, and I don't feel bad taking it. So treasuries for everyone. Wealth or war. Emissaries arrive from Egypt. We have been upset with your people for some time. Unless you are prepared to pay us tribute, those among our court agitating for war may soon get their way. So we could pay tribute to keep the peace, or we have been quietly testing designs for bows suitable for use in battle. It is time to select which design works best and deploy new units with these weapons. Egypt is not particularly close, so as long as I can wrap things up with Rome in good time. Yes. So I'm definitely stretching myself thin. But I feel okay. I feel okay with my odds. I do believe most of my production's grown to a halt, though, while I try to move my armies. That's going to be an unfortunate advantage that the Egyptians can rely on. Alitum the minister tutors Duchess Lamansi, your daughter, +1 charisma. Ulambarish the soldier tutors Duchess Lamasi, your daughter, +1 charisma. Okay. City governor for Akkad. The bonuses for XP for new units is very good for Akkad, so we'll choose that. Foreign scholar, drawn by your reputation for cleverness and ingenuity, an eminent scientist has arrived at your court to seek an exchange of knowledge. What shall we ask of him? So we can get a great scientist in Babylonia, or ask him to share his greatest innovation. Let's get the tech. So we've got cartography, and looks like I need an ambassador. So we can take Nebuchadnezzar the Affable. The Chaldeans would be happy. I think let's take Nebuchadnezzar the Affable. Obviously that cost me in terms of civics, but I think that was worth the price. All right. I need to get an idea of what I'm up against in Roma, so I don't mind moving that unit up. Okay. We'll have a tricky time, but I think I can at least give them a river crossing penalty. So we do not yet own Ostia. Again, I want to try and have the Axemen be screeners. I also need to make sure that the settler is making good time. Although I might want to hold that. I mean, the Numidians are a whole other war that I need to worry about, so... Okay, production-wise, it's pretty deplorable as far as the wood is concerned. Borsippa is right on the edge. Oh my god, the Egyptians are already here. But they're coming at us with slingers? Pfft, get out of here. I'm gonna put down a barracks right away, because I might want to turn around some of these units. I want my archer ready in Sipar for them. I'm gonna wait on that other one. Right now, I want to be considering what I can bring against the Romans to wrap up the conflict. I do have the unfortunate reality of not knowing exactly where everyone is. So I also think I probably lost my scouts. Because I remember there were some sitting around here, and I think I just kind of sat and let them get killed for no real benefit. This guy will promote because it's free. So Eagle Eye Focus. Yeah, we'll give him Eagle Eye. All right, my Axemen, I'm actually going to do something a little unusual here. I'm not that upset by maybe just getting them to go punch the Numidians in the face. But yeah, so I'm definitely at the point now where my orders are definitely forcing me to make some hard choices about how I use my time. The catapult will hopefully help things out. Ooh. They are much stronger than I thought. Give Ostia to one of your families. Okay. The Amorites really don't like being far from the capital. So Ostia does not seem to have any real benefits. There's like no resources for me to claim. But I guess I'll build a couple of mills there? Well, no, if that's true... I should make it a Kassite city. The final campaign. You have built a legacy of victory that will long outlive your reign, but one more valiant campaign could further ensure your immortality. Tensions with Persia have been escalating, and a single act of aggression may trigger their hostility. Sometimes glory comes with a price. Now is not the time to wage new wars. Oh wow, extra legitimacy. Yeah, we're definitely not going to war with Persia, which is probably one of the strongest civilizations. Okay, I was probably a little too hasty about taking out the Numidians. They've got 2 units, which are doing quite the number on my Axeman. So you know what? I think I'm gonna run back. I don't like doing that because obviously I would much rather use these points for other activities. Here. Okay, well apparently we can reach Rome from these hills, so we will... Required to attack, so if we unlimber... Yeah. I'm not quite sure what the difference was, because it felt like we were able to attack regardless. Normally I try and be taking some of the units that are sort of in this area, but right now I'm gonna do whatever damage I can. I mean, these guys are still against spearmen, so I don't mind running them up, but they kind of need to... I mean, they may not be bad scouts. I just don't want to give the AI an excuse. Well, okay, I'll put them beside the Axemen. Oh, speaking of... Yeah, no, I won't make it. I'll let them back up their guys. I don't believe there's a river crossing in between these two. Oh, there is. Crap. All right. Fortune favors the bold. All right, we own this now. So, is there room for more? There is. Again, the aim here. Let's just try and take Roma as soon as possible. I feel like crashing a chariot into Spearman is not a tactically sound choice. I do need to figure out what I want to do with this archer, though. I've kind of been sitting. Well, you know, let's make them fierce because they're good against infantry. They are earning me some extra points while they're training, so. This guy's also got to prepare. I'm very, very worried by the fact that those Egyptian slingers disappeared. All right, so let's take a minute here and see what our development options are. Treasury in Ostia for sure. Worker is getting close to building that road. Definitely want to get more lumber, so 1 lumber mill. And oh, you're ready for a garrison already, huh? I do want to build the mine for the extra money, seeing as we are now paying tribute. Well, not paying tribute, but we're definitely paying for stuff. Generating 45 stone a turn, and yet I always feel I'm on the verge of losing what I need. So I kind of want to build the barracks, and I kind of want to build the quarry. Well, I mean, Akkad has definitely set itself up as the training city, so let's make that formal. These guys are definitely all about the lumber yards. Oh, but I don't have the. I'm not going to invest that. Also, I've been neglecting my civics. I've been paying too much in upkeep. I should have kept a much closer eye on that. So, okay, they went hard on the Axemen. I think we're going to lose them. Yeah, that's what I got for getting greedy. Numidians approach us asking for truce. Do we approve of the terms? Yes, the fighting must end. That frees up an axeman for the Roman conquest. Okay, I gotta deal with the... Ah, crap, we just gave the Carthaginians Rome. We will attack the people who are... I'm fine attacking the people who are threatening my units. I am not going to do anything to protect the Carthaginians. With luck, they will get thrown out of Roma. Although I have a feeling they'll probably be able to hold it. If they do, then we need to focus on Antium. Yeah, I'm gonna get them to scout out. So Antium's pretty lightly defended. This axe unit I don't think is really going to be doing that much, so we need to prepare them for the next war, which is going to be with Egypt. Well, let's keep that catapult where it's I think let's focus on my workers before I go any further. All right, Nippur. I think at this point, let's do a Manichaean Disciple. The reason for that is I want to be able to start building these temples. All right, Nippur. Okay, so we need the culture to go up. I am somewhat inclined to start reducing this descent. The bonus growth is kind of nice too. So let's run a festival first. An unlikely scenario. We've received a very strange request. Our Manichaean priests believe that with proper sacrifice, their higher power will instruct them in the knowledge of time travel. Do we make a sacrifice? Obey the priests. Now this is a shame because we're kind of ready to start taking this from the Numidians. But we'll get in position. And then... Oh, Borsippa counts as being connected, so that's good. We will... actually get them to build a farm because it's clear that we are way too short on food. Right, this worker, lumber mill first, but then I do want to build a pasture pretty quickly afterwards. This worker, it's horses, so it doesn't really get me anything I can eat. This wants me to build a farm, which I can sort of understand, but I don't like it because these guys are really good at lumber mills, so I should be building as many of those as I possibly can. All right. I have some very clear ideas about what I want to do with that scout, and astonishingly, I am down to a single scout. I completely fell asleep at the switch and let the Romans kill all my scouts, and I feel terrible about that. Because I definitely have a lot of stuff that I want to be investigating. So we'll stick to the woods. Oh my god, okay. I have a feeling that the Egyptians might be able to see this. I need to take this Egyptian threat a lot more seriously. Oh, Roma's completely abandoning Roma. I shouldn't have gone so aggressive. A delegation from Carthage arrives with a marriage proposal for Duchess Lamasani. We should consider it carefully. So Prince Adonibal is the best option. Or Bonashtart is the best option. I kind of need more iron right now. Commerce studies. Now that Duchess Lamasani has completed her study of commerce, how shall she contribute to the court? What role best suits her? An orator, a powerful and influential politician, or builder, an industrious planner and master. Let's go heavy on the charisma. I've never seen Forgotten Enchantress. Lord Prettybear, what's it like? A friend in need. Reports of lost Carthaginian ships arrive from the coast, followed by a desperate messenger. Our navigators have grossly overestimated their abilities, and our shipments are scattered across the seas. Can you please help us? Should we share our expertise with Carthage? Yes, but they owe us a favor, or your ship. Yeah, okay. I don't want to make too many enemies, so... All right, Nippur can get a city governor. One of them... Okay, well, both of them are going to reduce the discipline. So, but that's fine, because it's not a cod. Scavengers wishing to do their part in the fate of Sippar, eager citizens have offered to journey out to the wilderness and scavenge for food. Venture forth in support, or you're not needed now. Nope, venture forth. I need the food stockpile, because we are creaking under the weight. This is bad. I have a feeling that Persia is going to claim this. So let's get you to heal up. All right, so claiming Rome is a lost cause at this point. But I didn't do this war just so I could come home empty-handed, so... I think these elephants are going to get crushed, but... So I don't want to tip my hand on Alexandria yet. I just want to be prepared. Oh, hang on. All right. We're in Babylon. So Babylon, I feel like we should be probably investing a lot more in infrastructure in this city than I have. More treasury. So again, I'm trying to make up for the lack of investment in my culture and whatnot by running these right now. We are out of stone, and we actually don't have that much money. But it does look like our disappointment... I believe the lowest level is 0. So in this case, let's put on a festival. Now, this worker... All right, well, we really need food right now, but I suppose we can get away with making a grove. This scout I'm going to keep in place. All right, we can boost our courage, upgrade marksman. We'll go for the courage. I'm already pretty well set. Antium's going to be a complete pain to take. I don't exactly want to give them the opportunity to attack me from like 3 or 4 different directions. This is already kind of a problem, seeing as they're quite strong against chariots, but I'm hoping it will direct their attention elsewhere. Really, that we're at that point, huh? I think I'll just end the year. Oh, I guess I need to say pass on all of them. All right, let's see how Rome handles that. Yeah, that's not a surprise. They definitely did a lot more damage than I thought they would go, though. I am curious, though, whether or not Antium counts as being undefended. I guess not. News has arrived from abroad that Queen Elissa, the Conqueror of Carthage, is dead. A new ruler, King Adonibal of the New of Carthage, has taken the throne. The oracle has been completed by Persia. Outside of your court, you discover that your daughter, Duchess Lamasani, is being dragged down the street in chains. She's accused of a series of petty crimes, theft, bribery, and destruction of property. Once Duchess Lamasani has been released, she asks about your punishment. You must repay all those that you have wronged, and she becomes bitter, or you are royalty and must answer to no one. Ooh. Yeah. We're all about the we're all about the royalty options. Okay. I feel like there are opportunities here. I definitely need to surround Antium so the Carthaginians don't claim the goodies. So yeah, the big question is, how do I block off this side? Because I don't think I have enough units to be able to inconvenience the Carthaginians on that front. You know what? This is a time that I will be willing to march. So this guy might get spiked by the oh god, this is the worst spot for a catapult. They might get spiked by these spearmen, but again, the hope is to try and frustrate the movements of the car. Oh no, they're still able to move on on Antium. Damn it. Oh, there's still hope. The question is, does Rome move first, or does Carthage move first? That makes all the difference. Okay, I can't move the Axeman again. Feel like I made some choices. Yeah, I've locked myself into a couple of choices that are not so good here. But again, I'm just going to try and set everybody up to stop the Carthaginians from being able to move into Antium as much as possible. This might be a complete disaster, but I want to see if I can pull it off. And as feared... Ah, crap. They're camping the city site. That thing I said that they wouldn't do, they did. I probably should have seen it from the Numidians going away, but... So I feel like conflict with the Persians is more or less inevitable at this point. I'm not going to unload on Antium yet. So again, we're short on stone, but I'm going to start doing some festivals to deal with the unhappiness. Seasonal festivals. Prominent local leaders in Capua wish to host a seasonal festival celebrating national values. What should be the festival's theme? Through the state, all things are possible, or knowledge and science are the future? Yeah, knowledge and science are the future. Fortunately, we have a lot of iron, so that now that we have a fancy new tech, we should be able to have a fairly dominant melee unit. Contest of Rhetoric. The Amorite family stages a contest of rhetoric discussing the merits of our highly centralized state. They request that the court send a royal scholar to defend the status quo. Despite appearances, the Amorites assure us that their interest in the matter is purely theoretical. What do we do? So we could send whoever has spare time, or... Oh, yeah. So we don't have the money. All right, let's think about our next move. So horsemen may not be a bad idea because I'm underinvested in cavalry, but being able to get a spy master, yeah, I'm gonna do drawbridge for the spy master. All right. I don't really have much hope of that working, but we'll see. Not a lot of opportunities for food, so that kind of has to stay where it is. Keep my spy on the Egyptians, and we will again we'll hold our play. Can I really? I didn't even think I'd be able to fire arrows. Again, this is just to protect... We know my guys are not going to be attacked on this side, so... Let's see the clown show that's about to happen. So did we just open the doors for Karth? I'm okay with that elephant being lost as long as we get the city. Duke Consort Bonestart, your son-in-law, and Duchess Lamancy has given birth to a son, Shuma. All right. Cause for worry. Lately, your wife, Amelia, has been seen around the city with another member of the court. Rumors of a love affair are spreading like wildfire. What do we do? So we could say, I do not pay heed to unworthy gossip, and she's endeared to me, or we must investigate the rumors. Well, I mean, we're not on really good terms, but let's try I do not pay heed to unworthy gossip. I'll try and be nice to my wife. All right, so I'm going to sleep here and hope for the best, but now before we do any workers, I want to focus on taking Antium. So first things first, we drop the bombs. He is Uncle Cranky. I don't know if that was in the version that I was playing earlier, but I really like that touch. Okay. I have reason to be concerned. We couldn't actually deliver. So I have a feeling these archers are gonna get smooshed. Let's bring some axemen into Rome just in case. Alright. Kind of blew it on this war, I think. Alright. Let's keep... I mean, at this point, I really need to start building farms. I'm not quite sure why the game is recommending otherwise. Also, I kind of feel like the Chaldeans should give this over to the... Well, no, there's a lot of mines here, so... yeah, I feel like surely at this point we should be considering farms. As for you... Fine, we'll build your damn pasture. Again, we'll pass this guy just to see, keep an eye on what's going on in Alexandria. Oh boy, I really don't want to see what the Roman counterattack looks like. News has arrived from abroad that Queen Merisank, the settler of Egypt, is dead. A new ruler, Queen Nicaret, the New of Egypt, has taken the throne. Okay, well, they didn't take Antium. We definitely lost an archer. But we did get one important win. So the nation of Rome has been eliminated. I don't need to worry about protecting my guys anymore. So again, it's a shame that it is a real shame that we weren't able to claim Roma. It also looks like we're not in great shape with this location. I think the Persians are going to keep their spearmen there forever. But what we can do is we can now direct the attention of my remaining units towards the Egyptian menace. Later activities might be trying to take the Danes. That's a couple of expansion possibilities. I have a feeling that we're probably going to wind up bumping heads with Carthage. But at this point here, I don't think it would hurt. I mean, I'll deal with I will deal with whoever is at war with me. But I'm not necessarily going to mind some time where I just try and connect up all of my cities, I get some infrastructure built, and I start thinking about what kind of wonders I can build. I'm really trying to push it so that I can get to the end of King Kuriglazu the Glorious. I want to get to the end of his reign if I can, but So what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to focus on workers. I want to see if any of them are free. All right, Akkad is probably the one that needs to be building the extra units. So we'll get you, well, see, this is the tricky part, right? If I don't invest in the infrastructure, then they wind up behind. But yeah, we'll put some swordsmen in. I have a feeling there's going to be a bunch of turns where my axemen and whatnot go into friendly territory and upgrade. In fact, I'll get that. Oh, can't do that after moving. All right, well, let's get rid of the riffraff. Ah! I should have unlimbered earlier, but that's life. Yeah, honestly, at this point, let's just begin the trip home. These guys we're gonna keep. No, actually, the axemen. We'll keep these guys in Antium. I also wonder if... Okay, that is an Amorite city. I'm just trying to think of other ones that I might turn into Amorites. Maybe Mari? Although Mari is supposed to be the... Mari's kind of supposed to be the they're supposed to be a little more oriented towards lumber mills, which I never wound up building. All right, let's do some research. It recommends mounted archery. I mean, they're all 4. I can get a free great soldier. I don't feel like I really need that right now. Yeah, let's do mounted archery for the recommendation. All right, workers. Again, I would much prefer you guys to be building things that we can eat. So first things first, we do a pasture. Oops. All right, I'll get you to build another luxury. It's rare that I get the opportunity for that. We're still 15 short on our food, which I want to keep in mind. I guess we can build another shrine. So that gives me more culture. Notice, by the way, we don't have any wonders that we can build here. That's a problem. But seeing as I can't build wonders, I'll at least settle for raw resources. So I'm curious what that slinger's going to do. They're going to run. All right. Duke Consort Bodishtart and Duchess Lesmani have given birth to a son, Gandesh. King Kuriglazu the Glorious. We've gained experience. I can do extra wisdom for more science. Delver. Let's keep the science going. Brilliant thinkers. A colony of thinkers, artists, and merchants has sprung up along the lower classes in a border village. These exceptional commoners hope to make a difference in their nation, and we should capitalize on this pool of young talent. Whom should we bring to court? Bring a genius mathematician, an immaculate jurist. In this case, I will say we can't afford it because that would only leave us with 100 gold, and it's entirely possible I may need to buy some resources. So first question is, am I going to be able to... Yes, I am going to be able to shoot pointy things at them. I believe they get a defensive bonus because of the woods. That still won't save them. All right. Same story. We're going to get these guys into friendly territory, heal up, and possibly upgrade. Catapult's got to head home too. You can stay put. You can heal. These guys will just straight up upgrade right away. I want to try and get as many swordsmen online as quickly as possible. Oh, I should also be taking advantage of the free promotions whenever I can see them. I'm a little worried about doing this, but I think I'm actually going to commit to a sort of a quick run out up to Alexandria. Let's see if we can make something happen. I'm also a little curious what it's going to cost me for... Oh, I don't have a chancellor right now. Sure, Prince Nebuchadnezzar can be my... Alright, so if I want to give family gift, that's going to cost me 500 for each family gift, so I think I'm just going to have to live with my influential families being upset. Not the best state of affairs, but necessary. Again, the hope here is that I'm getting enough people in here to... Okay, Babylon, what do I want you to build? There's a huge argument for me to be putting a lot more into some specialists right now. I've got 12 free citizens. I am a little uncomfortable with the fact that we're not maxed out on our improvements, though. So maybe let's say we build an archive first. Neapolis, on the other hand, so they've got their Manichaean disciple, and I do need to control 4 temples. So let's say for you, we're going to give you another treasury. Nipper. Okay, so they don't have the culture that they need. So this is the time I would consider doing some festivals. Just to get the discontent down. We are 18 short on our food, so it seems to me like further investments along those lines is the right call. It does say I can build a mine here, so I'll get that out of the way, but... Okay, Manichaean Temple is going to cost me 60 stone. I will keep you in place for now. You stay in place. I don't find it a Civ 4 clone, but I am enjoying it very much. I don't know if I'm doing... So the plan on doing the really easy mode at the start was to talk about the individual decisions and, you know, try and unpack specifically what the game was telling me and move forward with that. And I kind of feel like I've fallen off the wagon with that. I don't know if I'm really explaining my moves anymore. But yeah, I mean, I think it's brought a lot to... I think the thing that amuses me the most about this is not necessarily that it sort of breathed new life into the 4X genre, but how many of these things feel like they should have been here the whole time. A chilly distance seems to separate you from your wife, Amelia, and it only grows colder. She has asked for time in your busy schedule to be together to rekindle the passion. How shall we answer? There is no time for personal desires, or Amelia is important to make it happen. Ooh, that's an expensive evening. 5 orders and 250 gold, but sure, I'm okay with my life being in love with me. I'm glad that you thought I didn't know about the designer of the game, Jacob Saint. It makes me feel great. The envoys of Carthage return to the capital, hoping to repay our favor. They have given us a choice of rewards from their finest traders. So we can take the beautiful hardwoods. I feel like stone has been what we're shortest on. Ores and minerals. Now, this is kind of smart because of our swordsman, or rare polished stone. Yeah, let's go for the stone. Because I mean, the other argument for this, of course, is that I'm going to be investing in things like treasuries and whatnot, and I've been short on it the whole time. So, at the very least, this will give me enough to sort of like whittle down over time. So Ed Baver, I don't think you were here earlier, but when we were introducing Mohawk Games. Mohawk Games is was founded by a designer called Soren, or his name's Soren Johnson. So I believe his first job at Firaxis was AI programming for Civilization 3. And then following, I think he eventually got to do some design work on Civ 3, but his exact relationship or exact title on that I'm a little less familiar with. Probably his best known game is Civilization 4. And then he worked on Spore. Spore had a lot of designers on it, so he did the strategy element of the game after you kind of get out of the primitive societies inside of that. More recently, under Mohawk Games, he did Off-World Trading Company. Well, sorry, I say he did. Obviously, there's a team behind this. So Off-World Trading Company, which is a really good economic RTS. I really enjoyed that game a lot. And then he and his wife, Layla Johnson, are designing Old World. So Layla's contributions have been those really wonderful little story vignettes that I like. And like I said, I think the big shift in attention from, again, sort of a social planner to the individual and how that shapes your playthrough is the thing that's really selling me on this. And so being able to give recognition. If you guys haven't seen it, by the way, do follow the Mohawk Games Twitch channel because they had a really wonderful introduction and they got to talk a little bit about the different events that were written. Patrons of culture in Akkad plan a poetry contest to sing the praises of their remarkable city. They would like their governor, Governor Sheratum the Strict, to participate. Oh, sorry. They would like their governor? I feel like this doesn't quite say what it intends to. What should she do? She could overcome her fears and recite her own poetry. She gets additional courage, which gives additional training. And of course, Akkad is my military-focused city. We've got attend anonymously just to better appreciate the beauty, which will give me additional science, or judge the lyrical merits of each entry, which will give me additional civics. I think at this point, let's focus on specialization. So time passes quickly. You still remember the birth of Duchess Nishni Inishu, but she's growing up fast and eager to learn. Would you like to educate Duchess Nishi Inishu? Let's do philosophy again. I'm kind of science crazy at this point. An aqueduct. So it's good for growth, not so good for the whole farmland thing. I feel like I need the farm more. Let's put it. I'm going to start investing in some proper farms. All right, my beloved Manichaean temple. All right, looks like the game's finally telling me to build some farms too. That was I believe these are equivalent. Yeah. So I don't want to just get past my deficit. I actually want to have some decent food growth as well. I might move the catapult, but let's get some of my more specialized units on the way to the front lines. Actually, speaking of... Oh, yeah, I should have been paying much closer attention. These are not Thracians, these are Egyptians, and they look angry. So here I want to try and do as much damage to the horse archers first. I will unlimber just in case. I don't think this is realistically going to be happening, though. Right, Swordsman's online. That's good news. Axeman, let's upgrade. Oh, right, you got to be full health. I kind of get it as a requirement, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that. Like, I kind of feel like you could upgrade something at partial strength. All right, Sipar, what are you gonna do? Again, I'd kind of like to just build as many improvements as I can. I have been going heavy on science, so we're already out of orders. Okay, I'm very curious about how the Egyptians handle the axemen in front of them. This is a general, but I don't know what type of unit. Oh, it's a spearman. Actually, that's pretty weak compared to what we're going to be throwing at them. So we might get an early win on Alexandria. A lot of this is dependent on how much damage the axemen took quite a bit from those archers. A surprising amount, actually. What? That is a shame. I mean, I keep doing the same thing to the AI, so I'm not allowed to complain, but we are in trouble. Okay, so the good news is it looks like this is all spearmen. So once I have the bulk of my forces, we're in good shape. But that was I mean, I don't have that many axemen, so that was a pretty one that was a greedy run. You guys did hear me say maybe I should wait until everybody's together, and I decided not to, thinking that the Egyptians would just sit there and take it. I am reasonably happy with the rain of arrows that we're going to be sending against them, but again, that doesn't mean a whole lot if they're able to take me out. All games are just love letters to The Sims. All gaming is a footnote to The Sims. Which, by the way, again, I realize that I am... So, Ed Baver, please don't take this as anything, as being provocative. I really appreciated what you said yesterday. One of the reasons why I talked about EA yesterday, to my detriment, it seems, was it was earnings yesterday. And I'm going to guess that none of you... Okay. I would be surprised if somebody knew that this was the case ahead of time. But The Sims is a 5-year-old game and is making more revenue now than it has at any previous time in its life. Which I think is very cool. Particularly because I actually think The Sims has aged particularly well. I really want to give the Amorites more. Okay. So this is Antium. Let me see what they've got first, and then... Okay, lots of quarries. They do have some barracks. I'm not crazy about the fact that Kassites kind of have everything, but it is the right call for Antium. Anyways, yeah, so I think The Sims is a really good example. It's kind of the same way that people think about mobile games and things like that, which is, you know, there's an entire group of gamers that will say, mobile game not interested. And obviously everybody's allowed to have their own tastes, but that often communicates a feeling that mobile gaming is somehow less than. And that's a shame, because some of the best games that I've played are actually mobile titles. Space Team is really charming. Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery is a really fun game and really, really well done. I've been putting a ton of time into Grindstone. And then a few of the things that are available on the Epic Store now, like Dreadnautical and Manifold Garden, are also mobile. And of course, Civilization now has a full version on tablets as well. And I think The Sims is a perfect example of this, which is like The Sims is a perfect game designed for people who are not me. I like guys with sunglasses or spaceships or like soldiers shooting stuff. And, I'm not sure, Ningato, because I play The Sims through the Origin Access Pass. So, like, I went for the deluxe version, so I guess it's about $10 a month for me. I know I don't have access to, like, all of the Sims expansions, but I have pretty much the lion's share of them through that. But, like, the big thing is that, like, nobody would really think of The Sims as being like this behemoth as far as revenue or anything like that is concerned. But I think it's a really good example of the fact that the majority of people who play games are not necessarily the people that you see on like Reddit. And learning that even though The Sims is 5 years old, that it's still generating more money than it has at any other time, meaning that people are playing it, engaging with it, are enjoying the new stuff that's been coming out. I don't know. I find that really interesting and really encouraging. Because I know stuff like this, and I know that Battlefield and things like that. That's kind of already going to get made, I feel like. But it's just neat to see stuff that is sort of off the beaten track, or maybe the stuff that you don't immediately associate with gaming, to meet that kind of success. Time passes quickly. You still remember the birth of Duchess Ishtar Gemlat, but she is growing up fast and eager to learn. I think let's do some rhetoric. I feel like I've been underinvesting in civics. Okay. I still need farms. I'm not sure this is the best place for food. Yeah. This isn't exactly the best territory for farming, so I can kind of see why the game's warning me against it. Definitely need more iron. Okay, do I really want to sink 80 stone into a garrison? I'll risk a lumber mill, but... Are we really at the end of the year already? I really hope this scout doesn't get smushed. I'm really interested. Okay, yeah, they're going for the full invasion. This is gonna get really awkward. Now known as the Magnificent, Queen Consort Amelia Claudia is no longer ill, and the tutor has increased my son's charisma. Okay, this is actually a big problem for me to deal with. So let's see what my normal moves will earn me. Okay, so we'll have one person protecting the city. I think I'll focus on the most immediate threat. So our general Kurzagalu the soldier fought bravely and should be recognized. Shall we promote him or hold a celebration for Kurzagalu in his family's seat of Babylon? So promote him immediately or celebrations. It'd be nice to get rid of that that unhappiness, but let's promote him. again, I'm trying to keep people safe. Oof. This is definitely going to be one that I march. I guess the question is how far I march it, though, so... a lot of marching happening. Eagle Eye would be nice. Marksman would be nice. Yeah, we'll do Marksman. I just don't think I have the orders in place to... Okay, so if I wanted to run a swordsman right up into their face... Okay, I can get away with it. I don't think I can move anybody else. But this seems to be... This seems to be the right call. Okay. It's not the bravest move in the world, but... So we should at least blunt that advance, but I definitely need to get my guys in position. Alright, I can try... You know, I actually agree with this recommendation for a worker. I think the other thing I'm going to start doing is getting some specialists in. So we're definitely short on food, so let's maybe go for some farms. The problem here is I really need urban specialists, but I mean at this point it'd be nice to... It's kind of nice to get whatever I can. So let's maybe do as much food as possible. Oh wow, there's a lot of farms. And I think I will reflect on... This is going to take a while, so I will reflect on my choices after. All right, Antium. I think we were just going to invest in culture for newly conquered cities. I definitely do need to start building a... Oh no, before I do that, let's get you to do some repairs. Ostia... Get the archives before I go for the treasury. And then Mari... I will start with an archive. Also, I kind of made the settlers sit. Yeah, so it looks like Persia's just camping on that forever. It's a shame. I mean, it makes sense. It's just... I think the one that annoyed me the most was what wound up becoming Bactra, because I feel like that is one that I cleared for myself, and then the game sort of ran in and took it away from me. But now that I know, I won't make that mistake again, obviously. Treasury, then archive. Day in court. Debate is a key skill for any young royal. To further improve Shuma's skill with political leaders, his tutor brings him to court. It is a busy day with speeches by all in attendance, including the heir Nebuchadnezzar. How should he spend his time in the halls of power? So he can observe the dynamics of families in power, establish a personal relationship with the heir, watching courtiers debate and compromise. I feel like Dealmaker will be useful. That might become someone who becomes the a future chancellor, maybe. All right, Antium needs a... I'm kind of curious how much training Antium generates. It'd be nice if they didn't have a coward, but I think I can live with the consequence. Okay, citizenship, 1 year, huh? I think any triremes that are generated will be useless to me. So yeah, let's do citizenship because it's short, and the game did recommend it. So paid function. The citizens of Eshnuna trust in our justice and our leader. Trust in our justice and leadership. As a result, city leaders wish to strengthen the legal system and encourage more people to participate in the judicial process. They are considering the formation of a Misorfia, a paid function that provides jurors with a salary. Such a position would be costly, but it would make Eshuna courts second to none. So one feature I want to draw everybody's attention to is if you click on the book here, this will lead you to a Wikipedia page. I'm not going to click it right now because I keep my browsers closed. It tends to help quite a bit with my my frame rates in the stream. But I highly recommend clicking on this stuff because what it does is it really comes back to the reasons why I became so captivated by civilization in the first place, the Civilopedia, and being able to learn a little bit about history. I talked about this when I did the Alpha Centauri stream. This was years ago, though. And in that stream, there were only so many times that I could develop a technology and then hear a quote, usually from a philosophical text. So it would, you've got Nicomachean Ethics to The Sickness Unto Death inside of Al Centauri. And those interests eventually became the thing that made me want to go to university. This is after I'd been working in camera for a bit. So I think one of the things that has always gotten my attention in terms of games like this. And Crusader Kings actually has a similar feature where for some of the historical characters you can click on a Wikipedia link, but they don't keep it consistent. So the more you play the game, the less you run into those. But this game really takes the time. It gives you resources. And the thing that I like about this, a little bit unique from the Civilopedia, is that the Civilopedia let me know the context for the game that I was playing. But it was, in the end, up to me to make the effort to experience what the world had to offer, the educational opportunity. And what's great about this one is that it directly links you to an encyclopedia reference. And so, I don't know, I just like that fact that the hook to get you into a subject that might become your new favorite one is a little bit, I think is a little bit more effective, in my opinion. So I'm really pleased with how they've incorporated that. And I'll admit, like when I'm clicking on some of these events, I'm learning new stuff. I don't know all of the events that these are based off of, which is really fun. All right, so we could require mandatory jury service, and I gain... So the thing here is that, yeah, it's all nice that I become a judge, but I'm not really long for this world. So yeah, let's establish it. So, additional civics, additional culture, and it cost me some money, but I think it's worth it. Mercenary horsemen. A mercenary band of horsemen has arrived in the capital, offering its allegiance for a price. How shall we respond? I would normally want to buy this, but the problem with the horsemen is that my enemies, for the most part, have spears, and so cavalry really isn't what it used to be. It's actually where these swordsmen are going to become very effective. So, wow, I'm at the end of the year already. I am kind of curious to see what they do. Okay, looks like they're pulling back. Well, it's mixed. I am okay harassing them. I'm not sure I want to begin constructing the mausoleum. I'm going to do a roundabout. I'm still not 100% sure how movement through the woods works in this. So I do want to peek on the Egyptians, but I don't want to reveal that I'm in this position. Wait a minute. No, this is the right one. I could do robust. No, we'll just keep boosting the courage. Again, the hope here is to punish them for overreaching like they did to me, so... Abel Xenophon says about that, a great feature in this game is that you can lock tooltips with the middle mouse buttons and then actually go into new tooltips with stats on the first tooltip. Yeah, I like that feature quite a bit. It reminds me a little bit of, I don't think I've done it on this playthrough, but you're absolutely right. It reminds me a little bit of what John Schaefer's At the Gates, which, for those of you who don't know who that is, John Schaefer did Civilization 5, and At the Gates was sort of this Kickstarter project, which definitely took a lot longer than I think anybody was expecting to finish, but he got it done, and it's a one of the things that was kind of neat is it had this nested tooltip system. So I'm marching this guy just so I can get the advantage of the... Oh, I can't. Okay, I hope I can undo that. Yeah, okay, good. Otherwise I would have wasted my... So they'll get hit by the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, but that's life. But yeah, I kind of felt it reminded me of that a little bit. I don't know if that's the best analogy because this system is distinct from At the Gates, but that was the first thing that I thought of when I saw that. I actually also think they tend to make some really smart choices in terms of like extra information. So a great example would be like, let's take this worker, right? So a lot of games will have... I actually don't even know if this game has a see the resources on the screen option. Like, you know how a Civ you can turn it on and like everything becomes a number? One of the things I like about this is you can kind of go over a tile and it's like, okay, temperate, flat, clear... Or this actually isn't a good example. You have to be able to build on it. So when you hold down Alt, of course now it's not working. Anyways, I like the fact that you're able to I've never felt that the game is withholding information that I need. That is more than just a keystroke away. There's a couple of weird ones where like a couple of like tooltips wind up overlapping each other and I wind up sort of stuck. But I don't really count that as the same kind of problem. I kind of feel like that's unique. I need to be moving my military units before I do more workers. I do want to invest in infrastructure, but I can't neglect the war. All right, they were sticking an Antium so that they could heal. See, the last time I ran ahead like this, I got my ass handed to me. All right, Antium gets a treasury. Again, investment in... oh no, hang on. Repairs first. Golden Voice, news of your grandchild's reputation at the Academy of Rhetorics has reached the palace. Apparently, her songs and poems have mesmerized the teachers and other students. Such skills should help determine Duchess Ishar Gamlet's future. She becomes eloquent. She would excel as an ambassador, or she's a natural educator. Let's By the way, guys, I will say I really, really wanted to stay. I'm really gonna have to get used to how quickly people can move. Oh, okay. Actually, we're civilian. I was gonna say I wanted to do to the end of the life of this ruler, but I feel like I'm in danger of going too late. Better make this count. Okay, good. He's down. I kind of want to chase these guys down, but I'm worried that I haven't really dealt with the problem we ran into last time, which was all of the spearmen showing up and wrecking my guy. So I'm gonna take the time here to boost up my forces. I don't mind moving the catapult up a little bit, though. Yeah, sorry I didn't give you... that was a really crappy overview, but that's the best that I can do. I think the best I could maybe show you would be to compare the map to where it was before. So, Akkad was the extent of our... Basically, the extent of our empire was Akkad, Mary, and... Basipa and Sipar. So we haven't gone any further north, but from Akkad we now have Neapolis, Capua. We almost got Rome, but the Carthaginians sort of ninja'd that out from under us. We now have Antium, Ostia. We were going to try and take this site, but the Persians are squatting on it. We cleared out the 2 barbarian encampments along the Euphrates. And Egypt declared war on us, so we're now kind of dealing with those consequences. Is this Egypt? Where the hell did he come from? All right, this is actually a really big problem. Oh, right, I just upgraded them. I think they might be able to kill this guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're done for. But I believe if they do that, we turn around and kick the crap out of him. Actually, I think I'm willing to do some marches to make them think twice about that. These guys still need to heal. Am I the sort of man who would leave myself with 4? Yes, I am. This is going to be ridiculous, but here is my swordsman. We now march. Take that! That is so ridiculous, but it does let me heal up my archers. Now I need to be careful on who I'm moving next. So everything's repaired, so we'll start with a treasury for these guys. Nipper, I can build a moat if I am so inclined, but I'm kind of hoping that we don't go to war. So here I'm going to do a festival. The one nice thing is it does give me the extra culture, but what I'm really looking for here is removing the costs of discontent. Let's give you another treasury first. All right, extra research. I guess we go for the library then. Well, it does recommend an aqueduct, so I guess I'll work with that. I think we're okay for iron for now, so I think I will start investing in some of these urban buildings. All right, we'll end the year. Let's see what the Egyptians do to my weak units. Nothing? Oh, something. Yeah. Your doctors and diviners have warned you that the end is near. It is time to get your affairs in order. So, the one thing that sucks about this war is that they can afford to throw away units. I can't. Oh, beauty crit. All right. I want to see how I can maximize damage. I'm also going to try and hold back a little bit because I don't want to give them an excuse to come charging down on me. All right, now we can have the real fun. Now, this is actually not a bad... This horse archer is a nice little reply to my swordsman emphasis because, of course, it's not an infantry unit, so I struggle a little bit to get some extra damage against them. Fortunately, that doesn't matter. We were still able to butcher them, but again, something I need to kind of keep in mind. I am a little tempted to consider marching on Alexandria at this point. But again, our front line isn't quite as strong as it might look. Like, we're one bad run away from running into tragedy, so... I will, however... Like, where I can, I'll move military units up. And I feel like we're drowning in orders, so we should be able to cover the distance reasonably well. All right, more treasury. This is largely for the culture, but also having a large treasury will allow me to buy some of the resources that I need, if it comes down to that. Neapolis. I'll give you the archive because I like science. Okay, good. We do have the temple. In that case, I think I will build the archive and the forum, but I think I need to start putting more on the Manichaean discipline so that I can finish the temples. Disciplinary action. The head scholar at the academy has sent you a message regarding the education of your grandchild. It seems that Ishtar Gamlat has an extraordinary gift for words, so much so that her skill at lying and coercion has caused rifts with the other students. He pleads for intervention. So she must obey herself or be punished. Dislikes me for 20 years, becomes bitter. So it seems to me that this benefits the guy who's about to die at age 70. And scholars are meant to challenge the status quo. Becomes... See, a lack of courage is... it's a problem. Have the resources to make this problem vanish, become spoiled. Let's say scholars are meant to challenge the status quo, and we'll just make sure that she's not in charge of any military work. Humble emissaries from Carthage kneel before the throne, unable to meet your searching eye. They have come to request aid. Future generations of our people will remember your generosity. Please, we have no place else to turn. All right, well, I'm reasonably happy that people are not that much stronger than me, so we can provide iron. Definitely. Yeah, you know what? Let's try and keep building that relationship. I'm mildly tempted to do the peace. At the very least, I could try getting them to go to war with Egypt, but then I think I run into the same problem I had where they wind up taking cities from me. They have definitely got a strong army that I'd love to have it at my side. One thing I am quite fond of on this game, I mean, it sucks for me in the sense of there are consequences for how I play, but one thing I kind of like is that even though I have very advanced units, that is not a huge advantage if I put them out of position. You've seen the number of times that they've just bulldozed me with the with a bunch of spearmen for pushing too far out ahead, and I think that's a really neat touch. Okay, you know what? I think we'll just go... Well, how much science do you really generate? 8. All right. I'll put up with this. So see, the money's really tempting though. No, I'm putting the soldier in. That's because I'm going to be building more barracks here. Places of worship. Devout members of the Kassite family have spent weeks exerting pressure on our royal engineers. They desire the construction of Manichaean cathedrals to house the growing number of worshippers. Do we relent to this pressure? Manichaean cathedrals. Jesus Christ. Manichaeans must find someplace else to worship. I'm okay with temples, but if I get another ambition that makes me... Oh, hang on. So I don't need to make more than one. Well, let's just double check that. Yeah, they can just build. Okay, so one person building all of them works for me. Maybe I should have gone for the cathedrals. Spreading Manichaeism consumes a unit. Okay. I still need to figure out where I sit on that, to be completely honest. I am iron crazy right now, but honestly, I have a use for all of it. So let's do another mine. What is this unit up to? Nothing. So I do want to put the barracks down as well. The thing is, I'm not going to use the barracks because we're currently at war. But it would be nice to have some places where I can start getting some of that investment in my military. It's a tough call whether I want to keep my spy here or here. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep them here, and then I'm just going to move my forces up sort of on a front line against Alexandria like that. We should probably build more farms. It's not the best land for it, but it's a start. Now, Hamlet. I feel like I should be building hamlets at some point. Maybe... this is mostly just so that I can try. So again, I'm going to do a hamlet. I kind of want to see what the effect of these things are, because I have not built one yet, and I feel like it's a big oversight that I've not been investing as much in the urban centers. All right, so this will probably be the last turn. If we die, then I'm going to save the game and we'll move on, but I do kind of want to see what the Egyptian reply is. All right, your old ruler is dead. Now begins the reign of King Nebuchadnezzar II, the new. Long live the king. We are now at truce with the Thracians. King Kuriglazu the Great has died. We met his passing with hushed voices and heavy hearts. Prepare the way for King Nebuchadnezzar II, heir to the throne of Babylonia. Philosophy studies. Now that Princess Inishu has completed her study of philosophy, how shall she contribute to the court? She can be a builder or a scholar. I think we have a lot of scholars, so we'll work for that. Babylon gets a new governor. I will assign the king. The king will rule from Babylon. And that's it. So I'm going to save the game now, and we'll talk about what our next few steps are going to be. So Twitch, May 6. I know it's not 6 anymore, but and so where if I fail about sort of explaining why I'm doing certain actions at times, I sometimes feel like I could do a better job of unpacking, particularly the reasoning. But what are the things that we learned this time around? I definitely have learned how precious these city sites and how important it is to have a unit that takes it and holds it. That's probably one of the bigger, I don't mind playing on the easiest difficulty because it's nice to learn this stuff when it doesn't become fatal to your playthrough. Likewise, the amount of investment we put into taking Roma, only to have the Carthaginians take it from us, very similar situation there. I am struggling a little bit with being able to link up all of the cities. I need to sort of get a better plan in terms of getting stuff linked up. The best thing will be if I can get a road between Mari and Ostia, because then the river will cover us the rest of the way. Definitely, I have learned to appreciate the military dimension to this game. Even if you play on the easiest difficulty in Civilization, if you go the easiest difficulty and play, it's entirely possible that you'll be able to play the game without any conflict. Whereas if you do that in this game, you'll find yourself in a very tricky spot. The other thing that I appreciated less was so I know that there are unique units in every type of 4X game, but the uniqueness of the units really counts. Being able to appreciate the difference between the damage that you do when units are beside each other, or sort of infantry killers versus other roles, that's a really big deal. And I feel like there's a lot of variety in the combat, which largely because I didn't invest in my military and I've been focusing a lot on my very advanced units, I maybe didn't get a chance to highlight that as effectively as before. But it does make a big difference. Like I can definitely see how someone might want to build certain units to sort of counter an opponent. One thing I'm mildly encouraged about, we know that they have archers. It's just they're throwing slingers at us. We've not seen a stronger unit than a spearman. So this definitely tells me don't send cavalry after them. But it's entirely possible that they're behind technologically, which will mean that my swordsman will pack a particular punch. One thing on the combat I've learned, because it's so easy to get rushed, one thing I really want to be focusing on is keeping my swordsmen beside each other. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait for the next round. What else is there to learn? The other thing that I think I've messed up is I've not really put a lot of thought into how I'm expanding around in my cities. I've sort of done what the game has been recommending without a whole lot of thought to it, and that's where I wind up in these weird situations where, I have food shortages I really shouldn't, and, I rushed the ability to harvest lumber, but I never actually took advantage of it. So little touches like that are sometimes little odd ones. I've definitely been exploiting the easy mode. It's sort of war with Rome was an opportunity to expand my borders. Likewise, war with Egypt, I'm hoping, will be a nice little opportunity to expand north. I don't know if there's other civ. It's debatable as to whether or not there's another civ that goes up beyond here. I feel like it's just going to be all Egyptians at this point. But in terms of future expansion opportunities, I think what the next session is probably going to be, definitely taking Alexandria. That's an excellent little choke point. It's also one where we'll be able to heal up after doing some excursions. Being able to take Heliopolis, again, a wonderful little opportunity if I can. Once we are done with Egypt, which I don't expect will happen anytime soon, but having taken Alexandria, one of the nice things that will happen is, in the worst case scenario, the Persians wind up taking this city site, but I'm able to move my settler up to clear out this barbarian territory. And the really nice thing about this one is because we're at war with the Egyptians, I sort of know that, well, if the Egyptians wind up taking it before us, that's fine, because we just take it from the Egyptians. Once this war is done, I'm going to need to take a minute to reflect on where I'm sitting sort of culture-wise and military-wise, because I can see two other paths for me to go down. Eliminating Egypt, definitely that'll bump me up on the list, but it definitely be a pretty fragile sort of win. And the fact of the matter is, the Amorites are probably going to be annoyed that they don't have a lot of cities. So one of the really key things I want to think about is what my relationship with the Persians is like. Right now they're stronger, and we're on very good terms with them. But if I'm able to take out the Persians, then I'm really laughing as far as my position in the game is concerned. The other alternative, of course, would be that I do what the Romans did, and I expand myself at the expense of the barbarians. And so a natural expansion point would be the Scythians, because not only, once we're done with Egypt, not only would we be able to roll over the Scythians and have something that connects directly to the capital, but it folds in well to the rest of the empire, right? We take Alexandria. This city is the most natural extension point. This isn't too far away from my other conquests like Neapolis, and then this just kind of finishes the expansion pack. I don't know whether or not the Carthaginians will have taken this city site, but if they haven't, then obviously we'll be able to sort of encroach on that territory as well. So again, that's definitely a bit of an ambitious plan. I don't necessarily see us delivering it the whole way. Maybe I'll say, okay, well, let's also add the Danes to our expansion pack, because they've got one city. Once we take that, it's kind of game over for them. But the nice thing, like, if I think about the number of cities that I can get from relatively easy, well, I say relatively easy conquest, these guys do have some meaningful forces, right? Like, I don't really want to go up against all these nomad warlords at once. But in practical terms, like in terms of expansion that I have immediately available to me, let's say if I just take Alexandria, we've got the Danes here, so that's one. Let's say we go hard on the Thracians, so that's 2, 3, 4. And then Alexandria would be 5, so that would be taking me up to the 20s. 10 is still far away, but I would still have some expansion options. Trying to take the barbarians, maybe I would be able to take these city sites, not obvious one way or the other. And then clearly going heavy on Egypt. I mean, the easiest thing I could say is if I go heavy on Egypt, let's say I just take everything. I don't know if this is exactly the number of cities. No, it's 8 from cities. Okay, that's good to know. So that would bring me up to 21. So then I would need to find another 11 points. let's take a minute and see if there's somebody I know who I can host. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I will just take another quick minute to tout the game. The game is... Oh, yeah, one other thing that I was forgot. I know a lot of people ask, when will this be coming to Steam? That is actually not the right question. I'm kind of glad that I answered the way that I did the last stream. So the official word on this one is that it is available on the Epic Store. It is currently in early access for that. That is the only official announcement in terms of platforms that it's available. They also said that depending on the success of the game, there may be other platforms. But that is a pretty big condition, right? And it definitely seems to be a condition that is counter to the reason people want to know it. Obviously, if you are waiting to buy the game on another storefront, and the game doesn't do well, you've kind of created the conditions under which that happens. So, under which that doesn't happen. So, would I weigh the odds on it? Sure. I think probably it's likely, I know Off-World Trading Company is on the Epic Store. It's also on, oh heck, what was it? Sorry, it wound up on GOG. The GOG version was a bit different because you couldn't do cross-play with Steam, whereas if you have the Epic version, you can play with Steam players. I think it probably has something to do with GOG's DRM-free requirements, but one way or the other. So the fact of the matter is, if you want this game within the next year, definitely it's on Epic. If you want to roll the dice and see what happens when the game's available later, possible, but the developer has definitely not said that it is coming to any other platform but Epic, and it seems like they have options, but that's where it's sitting. I know that was one that came up quite a bit. I am perfectly happy with the Epic Store, and if you do want to buy the game, obviously you can use that affiliate link, which will give me a portion of the purchase. But as I'm always fond of saying, I would much rather you support the developer full stop rather than worry about whether or not I get a portion of the proceeds. Now, I would love to host another Old World streamer. I do not know any of the people playing right now, but one thing I really like doing, especially if it's somebody who looks like they're either just starting or they might be... Hello, Falcon Biga. I'm actually just wrapping up, so sorry if you're just joining us. One of the things I like doing is, especially if it looks like somebody is just starting or they're a smaller cast, I definitely like giving them a sizable host. So I'd love it if you guys would hang along. I've not seen WX Tony before, so I obviously can't vouch for it, but they say day 2 of Old World, and they've got themselves tagged as first playthrough, so I kind of feel like this would be the most consistent. No, you've been watching since No Virtue. Oh, thank you very much, Falcon Bay. Oh, wait a minute. You talked during while No Virtue was here. I'm sorry. My brain apparently decided to go on holiday a little bit earlier than I should have. Of course you did. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'd love to pass you on to WX Tony. Please treat them well. And again, it seems probably most consistent with what I'm doing here. If you want to see more Old World, I'm very much inclined to doing some more of it. I will just say I did also get a press key for Chimera Squad, and I am debating as to whether or not I should do that on Friday or do more Old World on Friday and then just make up the Chimera Squad a little bit later. And I'm not 100% sure of that. But as always, if you want to see more of me, feel free to hit the follow button. If you want to know what I'm streaming, I'll usually announce that on Twitter. And I suppose failing any of that, thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you the next time you happen to stop by. Let me hit the raid button for WX Tony and shut up. There we go. Okay, it's finally working. Sorry about the wait for that. So we'll let it fill up. Old World is wonderful, by the way. I'm really excited by this game, and I hope you guys enjoy it too. All right, looks like we're ready now. Have a good night, guys. We'll see you next time.